Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, all.
Good
All right.
morning.
I started reading Russell's Purple Prose and I got sidetracked there.
I think my pro has become considerably less purple after the Q-Link case. The
I'm sorry, after which case?
Q-Link case, where I learned that I should possibly moderate my enthusiasms.
Well, personally, I like your enthusiasm.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Michael just said he's having trouble connecting. He's having an internet connection issue. I don't know if it's going to take him a long time or what.
Russell, would you like to get us started?
Yes.
First of all, let's open the meeting, and would you take the roll?
Yes. I will do it in whatever order I see fit. I'm not sure randomly where we'd be right now, but I'll go ahead. Commissioner Byrd, are you present?
Present.
Chairman Commissioner Fishman, are you present?
No, but I'm here.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you present?
Yeah. Present.
Commissioner Hall, are you present?
Present.
And who's our last commissioner?
Maestas.
Commissioner Maestas, I'm sorry, just kidding. I was just kidding.
Here,
Commissioner
sir.
Maestas, are you present? I spent a
I'm
long time
present.
talking to Commissioner Maestas yesterday, so I couldn't forget him. Commissioner Maestas, are you present?
I'm here.
Excellent. So we can go on to the next part of the agenda.
So we're here in the matter of the application of El Paso Electric for revision of its electric rates, docket 20-104 UT. And we need to complete our consideration of the proposed order. And when we last broke up, Commissioner Byrd was responding to my soliloquy about ROE. And it seems to me that's where we should pick things up, if that makes sense to you, Commissioner Byrd.
Mr. Chairman, just a question though on process. So are we going to deliberate on each exception and actually decide as we go, or should we let Russell go through the order and then we deliberate in the order that the exceptions were presented? With Carolyn having a hard stop at 3 or even maybe a little before 3, I just want to make sure that we all understand how we're going to try and wrap this up.
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible. Do you want to make a proposal here, Commissioner Maestas?
Well, Russell, let me ask Russell. You're guiding us through this. Would you prefer that we kind of sit tight and allow you to go through the whole order and then we deliberate and perhaps vote whether to amend RD's recommendation or to uphold it? That would seem to me to be better and more efficient, but I'll leave it to you, sir.
Well, yes, Commissioner Maestas, I would, that's one way of proceeding. There's an even faster way of proceeding, and I don't know if this commission would want to do this, but I mean, some of these exceptions I don't know if the commission even wants to discuss every exception. There are certain exceptions that have to do with, some with like litigation litigation expenses and things like that, where I think Carolyn has done a good job of allowing some and not allowing others. And I don't know if the commission really wants to dig into that. There are obviously issues that the subjects of exceptions that the commission does want to discuss. And that, for instance, the ones that Commissioner Fishman has already, has already identified as things that he would do something, that he would depart from the RD in his proposed order. Those are obviously ones to discuss, such as the ROE.
Russell, can you
Verde.
speak up and a little more slowly so I can
Oh, I'm
better
sorry.
understand you?
I'm sorry, I am going kind of fast. So we could just address those exceptions that that's already clear to me need to be discussed among the commissioners, because, for instance, like I said, ones that create that where I think there are big, especially large issues at stake like the ROE, and where there's an alternative proposal already by Commissioner Fishman, like with regard to ROE. Palo Verde is obviously something we discussed, and I'd like to discuss that more, because I added some more language after our discussion on Tuesday that I sent yesterday that I think actually even makes it clearer that we should follow the RD, the reasoning. That issue, capital structure, is clearly an issue where I know that Commissioner Fishman and possibly Commissioner Hall would be interested in departing from the RD on that, from the discussion that we had on Tuesday. I just think that there are some other exceptions. I could just, as we go, I could go through the order, and as I bring up the topic of an exception, if it's one that I'm not sure that the commission wants to discuss, I could just
Why
ask.
don't we just go one by one, and then if we don't want to discuss it, or if it's something that you think is minor, then we could skip it. We should just go through the list. I think we should do something in an orderly way, like Commissioner Maesa suggests.
So
I just think that
Go ahead.
everyone that's tuning in would really benefit if we go through the entire order,
I agree.
and then we can, perhaps by consensus, as you suggest, Russell, identify the areas that we want to delve into and discuss, like ROE, Palo Verde, proxy price, proposal, cap structure, maybe the accelerated depreciation request. So we can flag it. We can flag it as you go through, and then we can come back and not discuss every one, but only discuss the ones we feel need to be discussed.
Correct.
That works fine for me. And we can probably go through and flag them in 10, 15 minutes, quite frankly.
Okay, perfect.
But in deference to the chair, we did start to discuss his exception to the RD recommendation, and ROE is by far, the most substantial issue, and so maybe we ought to complete that discussion, because I don't want to truncate it, and so I guess I'm advocating for kind of a hybrid, is to finish the discussion on ROE and then proceed to go through the entire order, and then we'll identify which exceptions to discuss in detail, and perhaps even vote if we can. And the last thing, Mr. Chairman, is can we and might we want to go into closed session at this point for any particular issue? I think we have that option based on open meetings, but I just wanted to throw that out there because we've done that in the past.
I'm open to that if the commission feels there are issues that require that. You're not asking for us to go into closed session for the whole meeting, just on particular items.
If needed, I think if we feel, okay.
So as we go through the list and say we need to dig more into this, maybe we can flag whether it's a closed session item or an open session item if we need to.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Me too.
So anyway, I'm good with your suggestion, Commissioner Maestas, and yeah, I would feel bad if Jeff got started and we already cut him off once to end the last meeting, and I think he deserves a chance to make his full case and not be interrupted. So Commissioner Byrd, if you'd like to go ahead.
Can I ask one question first, please? A technical matter. We're doing screen sharing right now, and I wondered if we could stop for a moment, because when we are screen sharing, it says you are viewing, Isaac Sullivan Leshan's screen, and that strip of information prevents me from, thank you, you just got rid of it, from adjusting the way I'm viewing my screen. So I can't zone in on one face, but I can now. They just dropped screen sharing. I'm not saying let's drop screen sharing forever in all instances, but thank you for doing that just in the moment, so I can at least get back to a full screen, because I had somehow gotten out of it and then was not able to adjust it. And I appreciate that.
And Isaac, wow, are we getting a big, okay, it stopped. I was getting some funny sounds. Isaac, will you please be screen sharing
Yeah,
Russell's latest update to the exceptions in order?
If Russell says that's okay, I can certainly do that. We usually
Oh,
try
okay.
to share orders on the screen, but that's certainly a call Russell can make.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine. too.
go ahead with that now. It just fixed temporarily. I needed it off, but now I'm fine.
Yeah, so I mean, our proposed orders are we consider them attorney-client privilege, but as we present them at the open meeting, that's perfectly reasonable to put them up on the screen, especially when we're talking about the specific language. So that's a good idea.
Okay, terrific. Now, Commissioner Byrd. I think.
Are you sure?
Floor. They were trying
Well,
to
I mean, quite
sabotage
honestly,
you. I was trying to get you on. I just want to let you know the truth of it. No, go ahead.
I've got to turn my video off. You guys sound like you're underwater. So honestly, I had basically said what I was going to say about it. You guys may have noticed I'm not quite as verbose as you are. So anyway, there may be some wiggle room from my position as far as the rate return on equity, but I know that we should not drop it a full percentage lower than what has been proposed by the hearing examiner. And as I said before, I support Carolyn's position. And as I'm stating now, there is some wiggle room there. We can go down some, but not a full percentage point. I think that would be too extreme. There's that unintended consequences that would have adverse effect on the ratepayers, which is what we're trying to minimize. So going down some isn't going to affect their credit rating, but going down that much, I just can't believe that it won't have a negative impact in the long term. So that's basically what I said at the end of the meeting, and it completes my thought on where we're at with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd, for not being as verbose as me.
Can I ask a question, please, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
So, Mr. Byrd, when you say a full percentage point, are you referring to going from 9.48 to 8.48? Is that what you're calling a full percentage point? A full point? Is that what you mean? Mr. Byrd?
Okay, I couldn't get it to unmute.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes, that's what I mean. That from the approximate 9.5% to the 8.5%
Okay.
would be a full percent reduction.
Yes, I understand then. Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that. There is testimony in the record to the effect that, and it was by witness Cahill it was in his direct testimony, and then he was being questioned, cross-examined on it, and he had even indicated some metrics. He had said, when he was asked about a credit rating, he discussed how it's based on, a ratio of equity to cash flow or debt to cash flow. Cash flow is a big item. And so he was discussing about how the company, he looked up the metrics of the company, the credit metrics, and in Moody's. And he said the company had a cash flow of a couple $100 million a year, which was a strong cash flow. And under these circumstances, with such a strong cash flow, a reduction in the amount of the ROE from, say, a 9.8% to a 9.0% might result in a reduction of cash flow of something around $1 million. But he said that would be like a rounding error. It would be a small effect on credit metrics. He said, because ROE is just one of a number of elements that go into determining cash flow. But with such a strong cash flow that the company has, he says that a change in the ROE of up to like 0.8%, would be negligible. So that's certainly well within what Commissioner Byrd is saying is a full point. I would propose maybe going to an ROE of, 8.75, somewhere in there, or 8.8, even as a compromise, because there was so much unrefuted evidence in the record on this issue that the company is doing very well, frankly, in terms of their credit rating. In fact, Cale mentioned at least 3 or 4 times, how he thought the company could improve their credit rating if they wanted to, that there were other things they could do. He said they could improve their credit metrics if they wanted to. There are things they could do. So, and I don't know what those things are. But in other words, I don't think their credit rating is going to be compromised by moving less than a point. I agree with Commissioner Byrd on that. And so I would suggest just bringing it down to, something like 8.75 or 8.8. That way, we're at least doing something affirmative in terms of rebalancing what is a system that I think has really gotten out of balance, and, giving shareholders the break they deserve. I don't mean shareholders, I mean ratepayers the break they deserve. So on that point, that's where I would go. Just wanted to make those points. And I really appreciate Commissioner Byrd's understanding there and analysis.
So procedurally, since we're discussing this, perhaps we can reach an agreement on this particular item. Then after we're done with this item, we'll just go through the list and then come back procedurally. So other commissioners, comments on this issue?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I have my reasoning, and I've been reading the recommended decision from our hearing examiner, and I've also read the memo from Russell Fisk. But what I'm hearing this morning is that at least most of the commissioners are not willing to streamline the recommended decision. Rather, they would like to start all over and start going through the items, the exceptions, one by one. If the majority of the commissioners agree to that, that's fine with me. But what I tend to follow the guidance from Russell Fisk. There's certain exceptions that we really don't have the expertise, such as legal consultations that El Paso Electric has have already requested expenses on that legal analysis. So, but Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to just sit here and listen to everyone's concern and go through them one by one. Just to let you know, that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Maestas, do you have anything to add to this conversation at this point?
Well, I'll do my best not to be verbose. My mission in life is to please Commissioner Byrd. But no, in all seriousness, first of all, Commissioner Fishman, I think your support or your advocacy to depart from the RD's recommendation regarding ROE, I think was good. And I know in my previous comments when we were strictly talking about the different ROE calculation models, I was a bit bullish about the post-calculation discussion, the mean of the means, the mean of the highs, the elasticity to try and get to 9%. And I was a bit, I think skeptical, but after reading the analysis by Carolyn, by the hearing examiner in her recommended decision, especially the area surrounding risk and the relative increased risk of EPE relative to the proxy group and considering their rating, and also the testimony from the AG Cahill and staff testimony. I'll admit that staff revised their recommendation on the ROE. I believe they went from 9 to 9.3. EPE feels that 9.35 is kind of their sweet spot, and the RD recommends 9. After looking at the analysis, because there's subjective parts to this. There's gradualism. There's commission precedent relative to industry practice. But I completely support and I feel confident in using the discounted cash flow model and not a hybrid, so that it's not even about that. I think it's about gradualism and the relative risk that EPE carries. That I support the recommended decision and an ROE of 9%. Look, we're going to be appealed, and it's my feeling that if we support the RD, I would think that the Supreme Court would look at that as perhaps a stronger conclusion and recommendation than a departure from the recommended decision. So I support Carolyn's recommended ROE of 9%. But if you talk about some kind of a compromise, I want to make sure that it's not halfway between 9 and 8.5, as what's been discussed. But if it is between that range, I want to make sure that it's well reasoned. So and so far, I'm not convinced that we have a well-reasoned compromise between 8.5 and 9 as a departure from the RD.
So, Mr. Chair, could I respond?
Yeah, Commissioner Hall.
Because I also was thinking, yes, will be appealed. And we want to make sure the record supports any proposal other than the RD. Although I don't know that I would completely agree that the commission couldn't depart from the RD without losing credibility. I think we can. It's our prerogative to do that. It's our job to make a decision. I mean, the RD is recommended, that's all. But I don't know if anybody remembers, but when I was doing some questioning of the hearing examiner last week concerning the table that showed the RD, the various ROEs that were proposed by the parties. And I wonder actually if Isaac could put that table up, and I'll have to tell him the page in the RD, but I can locate that quickly. It's on page, wait a minute, that's not it. It's further on. No, that's not it. Sorry.
Commissioner Hall, this is Carolyn.
Yeah,
I think you're talking about page 73 of the RD. That's not going to be the PDF page number, Isaac.
right. It's of the RD. That's the right. Thank you. Where we were talking about low, mean, and high ROEs that resulted from proxy group analysis by witness Nelson and witness Cahill. And I was discussing, that's the page, and I was discussing with Carolyn about the notion of zone of reasonableness. And I asked her if she felt, if you'll look at the top table there, that the lowest ROE at 8.19 and the highest ROE at 9.82 are within the zone of reasonableness. And I think she said yes. Is that correct, Carolyn?
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Okay. And then I asked Carolyn, so if the commission chose an ROE that was, and I forget what I said there, probably something like 8.5, would she consider that reasonable? And I believe she said yes. Is that correct? Isn't that correct, Carolyn?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's within the zone of reasonableness represented by this table. So that was one thing that makes me feel comfortable that even though the hearing examiner is recommending 9, she also recognizes that even 8.5, even 8.19 would be reasonable because they're within the zone of reasonableness, which is acknowledged in, if not the Hope case and the other one. That was one thing that made me feel comfortable about it. And then this Cahill testimony that I just related about how the credit ratings won't be likely, very likely not be affected by going down at least 0.8 of a point, made me feel confident that we could go down somewhat less than that. And I would say 8.75 or 8.8 would be quite reasonable and help us address what I think is a a social wrong that has been occurring here, wherein ratepayers are having to pay more than they should be based on the ROE, because the ROEs, the percentage points of the ROE have not been dropping in pace with the drop in debt cost, and they simply do not reflect appropriately the easing of the burden of debt on the company over the past, several decades, really. And we really owe it to the ratepayers to catch up on that. And it won't, according to the testimony in our case, and we're not looking at national cases elsewhere, we're looking at our case here. According to the testimony in this case, which is not refuted by any other witness, we have evidence to support going below 9%. And that helps me feel like I can sleep better at night, like I've done something good for ratepayers. That's perfectly supported by our record and not disputed by the hearing examiner. So why shouldn't we do it? We're doing something good here. And yes, we will get appealed. We would have been appealed at 9%. So why not go for the gusto and get the right thing done?
Well, if I may, I know that we had some discussion about the proxy groups, and my understanding is that the commission, our commission, has a precedent that restricts a proxy group to utility companies, and I think you, Commissioner Fishman, talked about, why not look at the relative risk of non-utility companies, and so that's probably true, but our precedent restricts our proxy group to utility companies. And for El Paso Electric to have a relative higher risk of other utility companies is another reason why I felt like 9% was reasonable. But, obviously looking at these, at these ranges, I mean, that gives us a lot of latitude and reasonableness. I mean, I agree that, going below 9% could be reasonable. I just want to make sure that we can stand on that instead of saying, well, we're doing this for ratepayers, because, our charge is the public interest, and public interest is balancing, the interest of investors and ratepayers. And so I don't want to come off as doing this as an advocate for ratepayers. We need to really, keep our eye on that public interest horizon instead of trying to get caught up in, doing something in response to ratepayer interests only.
Oh, I'm glad you made that point, Commissioner Maestas, because I'm not doing it just for ratepayers alone. It is, in my mind, the appropriate kind of balance to strike, that the balance has swung too far in favor of shareholders. There was other statements made by Cahill about how you could see from the, the market to book figure or something, that El Paso Electric, which is like 1.9 or something, El Paso Electric was doing very, very well in terms of their shareholders' return they were able to enjoy. So I see this as a rebalancing. That is our job to do. But this is the way I think we should do it, because of the data that shows the disparity in the rates of decrease of ROE relative to debt. It's a really big disparity. So I just think this is more fair between shareholders and ratepayers.
And so I'll just conclude, my part by saying that I know that we want to look at really the totality of circumstances, but we all know in rate setting, it's kind of the test year is a snapshot in time, and we need to consider those circumstances, in the test year and of course, any known and measurable changes, since then. And so I want to, consider the low cost of debt and all those other things. But one thing that my rate school training helped me was, hey, you got to stay focused on the circumstances, in that test year. And so that's why I'm not getting too caught up in some of these other issues that may be relevant in general, but not to this rate case in the test year. So anyway, that's just kind of my response on interest rates, cost of debt, and other circumstances that I think could potentially be outside circumstances in the test year.
I'd want to make a couple comments and then maybe throw out a proposal, and we can just take a quick straw poll on it and go from there. I think, because I think all the arguments have pretty much been laid out.
Mr. Chairman, though, before you throw out a proposal, I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar said that she wanted to listen some more, and maybe before you throw out a proposal, I'd like to, if you don't mind.
I was going to throw out just a couple more arguments first, and I won't throw out a proposal. I'll throw out a little bit more discussion and then go to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. First of all, regarding the proxy groups, if you look at the Supreme Court decision, Hope Bloomfield, they refer to investments in the market. They don't in any way define the investment markets as being limited to utilities. And all of the arguments that have been put into the record from folks who want to bring in, who are saying we need to be lowering our ROEs, basically say that, gee, these utilities have been outperforming the market, and outperforming the market because of unreasonably high ROEs. And certainly court decisions do not limit our proxy groups to utilities. And in fact, what I felt were strong arguments that the proxy group should include the broader market, I think are just consistent with the Supreme Court decision. And quite frankly, going forward, my thought is that the commission should include the broader market because frankly, that's what the courts have said. And that this idea of restricting to the proxy group is what's led to this long-term trend of having ROEs that favor investors, really favor them quite strongly over shareholders from the evidence, record evidence that I see and how I interpret it. I will say my opinions are colored to the extent that I've been a director of finance for large corporate entities, for women's wear, for Levi Strauss women's wear, which was a large enterprise. So I've had a lot of exposure to these kinds of numbers and ways of interpreting them. And because of that, I do feel pretty confident that I am interpreting the record correctly. But I think as a commission, we really need to stand back and look at this idea of proxy groups and what should be included. And when you see one sector like utilities getting a much higher return than other sectors, and that it's a proxy group where the returns are determined by regulators, it's not the market so much that's determining, in fact, it's not the market that's determining the ROEs, it's folks like us. And it does become kind of a vicious cycle where we keep pumping up the prices and pumping up the returns. And I think we need to put an end to that cycle. And I would very much, I'd very much like us to, make a gesture, a stronger gesture in that direction. Because frankly, at 9%, we're still falling behind the decrease in interest rates and creating even a greater investor advantage, in my opinion. So with that, I'll pass it on to you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. What are your thoughts? Commissioner? I think we got a lot of stuck mute buttons today.
She's on the line, it looks like.
Isaac, can you get a hold of her?
Well, her phone number is connected.
Gotcha.
I can try calling her, but I think that would probably bump her off because she'd have to answer my phone call. I'll send her a text message though.
Commissioner Byrd, do you have any more thoughts?
No, I'm listening at this point. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So I'll just, I'll just quick throw out a proposal. And, from there, we can come to a number and then move on.
Yeah.
Carolyn, did you have any final thoughts you wanted to throw in just from listening to this discussion while we're waiting?
Commissioner Fishman, I guess I would just point out that one of the reasons that I recommended 9%, and I say this in my recommended decision, is that was the return on equity recommended by 3 of the parties and was the lowest ROE recommended by any party. So I think that's all I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks, Carolyn.
Mr. Chairman, since Carolyn's on the floor here, Carolyn, there's all these, I don't even know how to characterize them, concepts behind this issue. There's regulatory inertia, there's the capital attraction standard, there's gradualism, there is a national reluctance to make large wholesale changes to ROE. There's the interest rate lag that, what that lag is, we don't even know, but yet, inflation, could start creeping in with rising interest rates. And so considering all these squishy, subjective concepts, what was your thought process in factoring those in? Regulatory inertia, the standard of capital attraction, all those things, aside from testimony and tables and ROE ranges. Can you just maybe give us some insight into your thinking just for the record?
Commissioner Maestas, there were 5 main considerations that I looked at. One is one that you have already mentioned, and that is that EPE has a slightly riskier investment risk compared to the proxy group average. A second is that the cost of debt, low interest rates, is very low right now. The third is that I recommended EPE's proposed equity ratio, which is 51% equity. And I found that there is a relationship between the equity ratio and the return on equity, so that granting them the requested higher equity ratio was justification for going down to 9%. I also considered that in the merger case in which the commission approved IIF's acquisition of EPE, IIF and EPE represented that IIF's acquisition of EPE was a benefit because EPE would have easier access to capital. And the fifth main factor I considered was COVID's impact on the well-being of customers, which I think is a valid consideration. And then again, I did consider that 3 of the 5 parties recommended a 9% ROE. The other 2 parties, staff and EPE, recommended higher ROEs. And I thought that was relevant as well.
Actually, Carolyn, had a thought for me is that in the testimony from both Garrett and Cahill, who came up in their modeling with DCF at 8.5% and then bumped them up. What was interesting to me is they both used the term to be conservative. We'll make a recommendation of. Mm-hmm. And what really struck me is that the word conservative was used to represent increasing the company's return. And that the process of considering these numbers has become so kind of baked in that the idea that it's conservative to bump the numbers up in favor of one party versus all the others is kind of odd. Why isn't it conservative to say, oh, to be conservative and protect consumers, we decided to bump it down? And, to me, that's just kind of indicative of the habit that we all have, regulators, interveners, anyone else, this idea that conservative is something that favors the utility as opposed to something that favors other folks. And anyway, just to point out, I found that kind of striking. And
Mr. Chair.
I found it very striking that, the tendency is always to bump that number up. One other thing is on the interest rate argument that you just made, that it's particularly low right now. I would say that from the investment standpoint, I can't tell you how many years it's been that people have been predicting interest rates are going to go up, interest rates are going to go up. And that commissions have probably responded to that and said, oh, no, we're not going to lower the rate because that interest rate that went down is going to go back up. I think we ought to stop second guessing the market and say, this is the interest rate at this time for this case, and stop trying to second guess the market, because I think that has led to this syndrome of giving the utility industry ROEs that seem to be far above full market returns.
Chairman
Anyway,
Fishman,
when I go
just, oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, Commissioner Hall said she wanted to speak, and then we can come back to you, Carolyn.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I think what you're describing are the underpinnings of regulatory inertia, because we are being told by experts who themselves have some desire to be cautious, even though they'll give us data, they'll be cautious about it, such as Garrett saying he recommended 9%, even though he thought the real correct number was 8%, or even 7 he thought would be valid. And, you know, I think I mentioned this before, but I think we can't ignore what he said about what he thought was really the right number. And I personally think that staff, and I don't mean our particular staff in our agency, but I think everybody but the commissioners in these cases are trying to present what they think is most reasonable, but it's up to the commission to make the decision and make the balancing that they believe is really fair with the evidence. And if I hear a witness saying, I'm going to recommend 9, I'm telling you I'm recommending 9, but I'm telling you also really 8 is the right number, I have to listen to that. And I have to listen, and I have to, you know, work with it in my own mind to see how we can have an outcome that really represents what the true analytical value from that witness is. And I know we had 3 witnesses who recommended 9, but I think 2 of them at least also provided ample argument for recommending less, especially Garrett, but especially Cahill too, by saying their credit rating is not going to be injured if you went down 0.8%. So I'm listening to all of what they say, not just what they say they're recommending, because obviously we're getting mixed messages. So I feel like I have a clean conscience if I look at everything they're saying.
Carolyn, go ahead.
Chairman Fishman, I just wanted to say, my memory may not be correct, but I don't recall the word conservative being used. I recall the word gradualism being used.
Actually, I read that last night, just so you know. I was
okay. I apologize then.
So it was used, and I'm kind of making an assumption there when they say conservative. Conservative is kind of a proxy word for prudent. But either way, it just struck me last night as I was just doing a quick reread. But it's not a huge issue, quite honestly.
So again, I did take into account gradualism, and that was used by David Garrett, because he did say that EPE's actual cost of equity, I think he said, was around 7%. Yeah. And he recommended 9 because of gradualism. So I also took that into consideration.
So one other thing I noticed from your RD is it looked like the actual revenue impact to EPE for each 1/10 of a point reduction in ROE would be $307,000.
That's not a big deal.
Correct?
That's a rather.
That's on page 43. Yes, I think that's right.
So just to get the actual dollars at play in the discussion. And by the way, thank you. That's a terrifically helpful exhibit to have.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I just had one more question on ROE for Carolyn. Carolyn, when you summarized all of kind of the reasons surrounding your recommendation of a 9% ROE, you cited the 2015 PNM case, and you mentioned that there were similar circumstances in terms of the relative risk of PNM at the time in comparison to the proxy group. And you also cited that the commission had, because of that, had selected an ROE on the higher end of the range. To what extent should we consider that? Because there are similar circumstances, right, between this case and the 2015 PNM rate case. To what extent should we consider that?
Commissioner Maestas, yes, you're correct. And that's one of the 5 factors I considered. That I think 4 of the factors weighed in favor of a lower one, but the factor you just mentioned, I think weighs in favor of a higher one. So that's another factor I did consider.
What was that
Okay.
factor again that weighed in favor of the higher one? Which one supported the going higher?
That is that it has a slightly riskier investment risk.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to go through a little discussion that Cahill had on that, because when he was being cross-examined, they were delving into that. And the cross-examiner was asking Cahill to opine on comments in the Fitch rating that related to, well, this had bearing on credit rating, but it was language that related to risk. It was in a discussion related to credit rating. If you can just wait 1 second, I'll find the language.
I think that might be on page 82 of my recommended decision, Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, I'm looking in the cross-examination, but I'll look on yours
okay.
as well. But let me just find the language that the witness said on the stand. Well, there was some reference to some language to the effect that in New Mexico, it was a somewhat less supportive regulatory pertaining to the last case, I think.
That is on page 82 at the top.
Oh, okay, we go there. You discuss it then. And, okay, so we're on 82.
The very first sentence at the top, it was a Fitch report.
Yeah. Fitch assumes reasonable outcomes in New Mexico. And then Cahill was saying, oh, that's where he got into the cash flow, but no, this isn't quite the right language. Yeah, well, a relatively challenging regulatory environment was one thing, but there was another place where they said less supportive regulatory environment. But what I couldn't glean from reading the testimony was what time period were they looking at? If they were looking at us, within the past 2.5 years, there was a period of time where we were a less supportive regulatory environment in the sense that, not as predictable, that's for sure, challenging. Insofar as we, at the time, we're challenging the application of, a major law that was just passed. It did create regulatory uncertainty, but I would suggest that we have to take that the notion that that language is referring to the quality of the regulatory environment now I think we have to take that with a grain of salt, because I definitely think there's been a major shift in, I think, the stability of our regulatory environment compared to 2.5 years ago. So, yeah, maybe they're in a riskier position because of our regulatory environment, but I don't think so. I think that wasn't clarified and the time frame wasn't clarified. So I take that evidence with a grain of salt that it was a riskier environment.
I'm following up on that, Commissioner Hall.
What? Okay.
If I may follow up on that.
Please do.
Again, you need to look at the source here. And Fitch is an investor services company. And the lens they look through is, how does this affect the return on investment for investors? They're not looking, their lens is not there looking through the perspective of the customer, of the ratepayer. And when they say challenging regulatory environment, they're basically saying, oh, you may not make as much profit by investing in this because of the regulatory environment. Well, there's no countervailing opinion coming from the consumer side of the equation, where they might say, gee, if you say yes to a higher rate, or you're doing everything that the utility companies want you to do, they would, Fitch would be calling that a good regulatory environment, a favorable one. From the consumer side, if there's anyone who did the same kind of analysis, they would be saying, oh no, that's a really challenging regulatory environment. So I think you have to look at the source and what their perspective and what their lens is. And I think if our goal is to balance, we have to understand the perspective that this kind of input of challenging or unchallenging regulatory environment comes from. And it's very different from a ratepayer side and a utility side.
And Mr. Chair, I'd just like to clarify, I did not rely on that. In fact, that was just included in my discussion as one of EPE comments, and about how a lower ROE would affect its credit rating. And I actually rejected that.
Yeah, and I that is true. So and by the way, that nothing in this, we've got a good record. You and I happen to interpret it a little differently about where the ROE should be, but it's, it's a terrific record. So
Good.
How about Commissioner Vicente Aguilar? Maybe if she's ready to maybe share her thoughts with us based on what she's heard.
Are you back, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad I'm back on the line here. I would like to spill my frustration. It does not pertain to the K, but these challenges of being taken off the hearing line from remote locations,
Boy, I'll say.
has really given me, it makes my job really hard. And when we were evicted from our state government building, I made a stance that we have these hearings to cover, and it goes on for hours and hours. How are we going to handle it? And I was told, live with it. And still today, I'm very frustrated. So going back to my reaction to the recommended decision, um, there's a couple of commissioners that voiced their opinions throughout the process since we started talking about electric El Paso Electric, and regarding its revision of its retail rates. And we have been patient. I have been very patient. And we need to balance the interests of all the parties. And one commissioner said, that's our job. Yes, we do understand our job. But we are also, I am not an attorney. So I have to rely on the facts and the evidence that's being analyzed by our hearing examiner and the guidance. I always say the guidance when it comes to the legal attorneys from General Counsel's office, because once again, I am not an attorney. So based on the analysis that was covered for approximately close to 8 hours earlier in the week, that is plenty of information. We talked about the return of equity. That was half a day. Even at the beginning of the presentation, one commissioner interjected and indicated the hearing examiner made the wrong conclusion. We were just getting started. And I feel that is inappropriate. You allow the hearing examiner to cover all the issues, and then we come and make our decision at the end of the presentation. So that's what I did. I was very quiet, and I know that there's other commissioners that listen in throughout the presentation. And I'm leaning on the legal basis. I believe that our hearing examiner has weighed the evidence and has applied the appropriate standards. And her recommended decision explains that. And I believe that she also will reason her analysis. She rejected certain proposals. And last but not least, 3 parties have agreed to a 9% ROE. That is the staff, the City of Las Cruces, and the Attorney General. So based on that information that was provided during the presentation, I am prepared to make my decision and vote today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so just a quick straw poll. The proposal I was going to make was 8.8% to I'll say 8.85%, which basically goes to the midpoint of Carolyn's DCF calculations or recommended stuff using the Cahill proxy group. And to me, I like that simply because I feel all of the interveners were just terrified of going below 9%, that somehow that was a subconscious cap in their heads. And not intentionally, but I think just as a matter of habit, subconsciously, they were afraid to go below that 9% in spite of the evidence. And I think it sends a signal that we're going to be open to the evidence. And it sends a signal to interveners that you don't have to be afraid to make a recommendation based on the evidence. You don't have to be afraid of going below this magic number 9%. So anyway, that's my proposal, and I'm open to the commission's will at this point.
Well, I guess to me, I appreciate you, throwing out a compromise proposal, but I think that reason is not really compelling enough for me. The more we discuss relative risk of EPE to the proxy group, the more I consider a very recent 2015 P&M case where the commission at that time accounted for that relative risk and awarded an ROE that was at the higher end of the range. And the equity ratio and the lower credit ratings, I think, really, in totality, warrant consideration in the form of the ROE, and in this case, the ROE recommended by Carolyn. So I'm going to stick to my guns and go with a 9%. I don't know where Commissioner Byrd is. I'm a bird watcher, so right now, at least right now.
Commissioner Byrd, what's your thought? Where do you want to go?
Watch and learn. Watch and learn. Yeah, I stick with 9%.
Okay.
I'm with Commissioner Maestas on this.
And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, what's your thought?
9%.
Okay, so we're set. Let's move on. It's 9%.
All right. So now on Tuesday, we had started into a discussion of Palo Verde, the proxy price. And there was some discussion of, possibly how could, the point is, as you remember, the RD decided that, and I think correctly, Carolyn decided that the new price that was being requested by EPE to replace that sort of market-based price of a low, like lowest equivalent cost under the Credit Suisse agreement, all that EPE does not want to go forward under it. They want something that'll actually cover the costs of Palo Verde Unit 3. And as Carolyn pointed out, that's totally inconsistent with the decision made, but with the commission's, the fact that it hasn't been allowed into rate base yet. And I just like to add, in the revisions that I made, that I sent out last night, I've made it even clearer just where we stand, and I'm sorry, let me just find the revisions. I just have to get to the revisions. Where it stands procedurally and legally. I added a paragraph here. I'm sorry. I just have to get to. I just want to read this language because it just captures how I think we really need to look at this.
So Russell, are we going in? Our procedural thing was we were going to go in the order of your.
Yes. And just look at I'm going to in the order of the order. But if you would, you're right. We said we were going to go through and just decide which issues we're going to talk about. So I shouldn't launch into the subject matter yet. I'm sorry. So let's
pop up to the top, and that'll probably be one of them. So we'll come to that.
Yeah, going through the order that I have it in my order, and the way I did it in the order was I address EPE's exceptions in order, and then I address the city's exceptions in order 1, 2, 3, 4. Except that some of the the Yellowbird service exceptions are and some of the city's exceptions are actually integrated into the discussion of EPE's exceptions. So, like for instance, by the time we get through EPE's exceptions, there are no Yellowbird services exceptions yet left, because one of the exceptions had to do with time of EPE's exceptions had to do with time of day rates. And I put all of those exceptions. There was one from the city, 5 from Yellowbird, and the one from EPE. I put all those together. So do you see what I mean? So you don't actually see all 16 of the exceptions separately. Some of them have been combined. So So following my order, yes, the next issue after ROE was EP's exception number 2 going to Palo Verde. And I assume that's something that the commission will want to discuss. I feel the commission, I would like to obviously discuss it. I started discussing it without even.
So I would vote to flag that one for further discussion.
Okay.
So let's go on to the next.
I'm just making a little note here. Okay. Let's see here. What is the next issue? Here we go. So I'm just scrolling.
On the time of day rates, I see you're at 36 there. Commissioner Maestas, is this how you want to do it? Or did we skip over a lot of stuff that you wanted to stop on there?
No, this is good.
Okay.
Time of day is the next, is exception number 3, is EP's exception number 3, the city's exception number 5, and Yellowbird's exceptions number 1 through 5. So that is the next one that comes up. Would the commission like to discuss the time of day rates issues?
I had one little nit there that is worth discussion where I think EPE might have had a point. So yeah, let's flag that.
Okay.
It's one minor point.
The next issue, let's see, is okay. Next issue, EP's exception number 4, payroll costs. This is an issue where the RD, this is EP's exception number 4. The RD would disallow a portion of EP's payroll expenses on the basis that the RD found that that a certain portion of payroll expenses were costs that were incurred, employee costs incurred for employee efforts with regard to the merger transaction, with regard to effectuating that. And one of the stipulated regulatory commitments, I think there were about 60 of them from the case where the commission approved the merger. One of the commitments was that the EP would not seek recovery of any costs associated with the merger transaction. EPE says that the RD has this wrong, that the category of the accounting category that was that they're seeking recovery of was entirely consisted of payroll costs that have nothing to do with the merger. So that's that issue. I don't know if the commission would like to discuss that.
No, I don't think anyone needs to follow up on that. Is that correct?
Not for me.
Nope.
Yeah, so commissioners, feel free when Russell asks that question, just chime in and say yay or nay.
Okay, so number 5, EP's exception number 5 is test year plant adjustments. EPE argues that the RD incorrectly recommends rate-based exclusion of plant additions placed in service between January 1st, 2020 and March 31st, 2020. That's the 3-month period after the test year period. And as you know, under our rules, there are certain transactions, et cetera, after the test year period that can be considered in a rate case. So that's sort of the issue we're looking at. EPE states that the RD explains that EP did not synchronize all plant-related balances to March 31st, 2020, and its cost of, this is what the RD is saying, the reason why is excluded from cost of service. EP complains, EPE's exception is that the RD cites, a 2017 SPS case to which EP was not a party. This goes to what the RD applies as a recent precedent. And EP argues that this is a precedent going to the question of what plant additions that are placed into service outside of the test year period, like within, I guess it's the 5 to 6 months after it, can be included. And the RD follows this 2017 SPS case, the decision made there by the commission. EP calls that an abrupt shift in policy without evidentiary support. I don't know if the commission wants to discuss that.
No from here.
I'm fine with RD.
Cynthia?
I'm fine.
Me too. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. I heard Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Byrd?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, so number 6 concerns an affluent agreement and the Newman for the Newman units, the Brown, the buffer zone land lease. Let's see. EP argues that the RD's exclusion from rate base of unamortized amounts for this affluent agreement and this Newman buffer zone land lease, which is about a buffer zone around the various Newman gas unit, the Newman plant where there's various gas units, is that the RD's exclusion of the unamortized amounts for those issues are not based on evidence. EP contends that the RD adopts adjustments that were presented by the city post-hearing without any supporting evidence, and the RD notes that, and the city notes that this was it was EP's initial burden to support including these unamortized amounts in rate base. So the fact that the city was raising it, in response is perfectly fine. They were raising the failure by the company to meet its burden. So would the commission like to discuss that?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead, Russell.
Okay. Number 7. Unamortized rate case expense exclusion from rate base. EP argues that states that it requested to include in rate base a regulatory asset to recover 1/2 of its estimated costs to litigate this rate case, the one that we're deciding right now. EP contends that, as recognized by the RD, oops, I lost. Sorry, a little scrolling issue there. As recognized by the RD, EP's proposal, they claim, is consistent with the commission's treatment of this expense in EP's 2015 rate case. In other words, in EPE's last rate case, half of those rate case expenses were apparently allowed. The RD recommends rate-based exclusion of the entire balance of unamortized rate case expenses. So this is another issue, I think, where EP says they're relying on the this sort of as a precedent, the last EP rate case treatment as a precedent. Would anyone like to discuss this?
No, not for me.
No.
No.
No,
No.
Okay. Number 8, another rate case expense issue. This is that's for unamortized amounts to put in rate base. This is for a rate case expense disallowance. EPA states that the RD proposes to disallow certain rate case expenses. I believe this is, I don't know, maybe Carolyn can clarify. Carolyn, is this from the last rate case or this rate case? This rate case expense disallowance, DGC Consulting, Randall Childress. I'm not. What are these? Is this from the last rate case, Carolyn?
No, these are disallowances that I've recommended for this case.
Okay. So I don't know if the commission wants to discuss this. I can talk about the exception a little bit more if you want.
I agree with the RD.
Yeah, I mean, I had some questions about this, but my questions are answered, when Carolyn presented the RD, so I'm fine with the recommendation.
I'm good with it as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
no further discussion.
I agree.
Okay, EP's exception number 9, litigation expenses. EP contends that the RD proposes to disallow regulatory and outside litigation expenses based solely on a post-hearing argument made by the city. EP contends that the RD cites no factual evidence in the record to support its conclusion that these costs be excluded. The city, in response, said that El Paso incorrectly argued that it was deprived of a fair hearing. because of this issue was raised in post-hearing briefs, but that the city had in fact presented evidence at the hearing challenging these claimed litigation expenses. I don't know exactly what litigation this is. It's obviously not the rate case. It's some, it may be a regulatory issue, maybe other cases before the commission. I don't know if the commission wants to hear any more about that.
I do not.
Nope, I think it's well explained.
Yep, same here.
Me too.
All right.
No question.
Okay, let's see. Oops. Just had another, I'm sorry, I just had another scrolling issue with this. I have a PRC laptop, which sometimes scrolls on its own to unexpected places. Here we go. Okay. EP exception number 10, accelerated depreciation for gas plants. EP argues that the RD's recommendation to deny EP's request to shorten the depreciable lives of certain gas plants is contrary to record evidence, inconsistent with the plain language of the Renewable Energy Act, and shifts costs to future customers who would not be receiving service from the plants. EP argues that the RD errs in concluding that the commission has set a precedent of requiring a utility to present the commission a firm plan for the disposition or use of the plants. So before the utility can seek approval to shorten their service life. So the basis for the RD's denial was that this request for accelerated depreciation was not accompanied by a plan for the disposition of the plants. I don't know if the commission would like to discuss this.
I support the RD.
Me as well. Carolyn did a terrific job on this issue.
I agree.
All right. Number 11, fuel clause reconciliation proposal rejection. EPE made a proposal regarding the reconciliation of the fuel clause. I remember specifically Carolyn discussing this on Tuesday. EPE takes exception to the RD's recommendation to deny approval of EP's reconciliation request, arguing that the recommendation is arbitrary and contrary to prior commission orders and record evidence. I don't know if the commission wants to discuss this. I do recall, especially Carolyn's discussion of this issue, where it just seemed like an somewhat odd request that I'll just ask if the commission wants to discuss it.
I'm good with what's here. No discussion needed.
As am I.
I have no discussion. No discussion here.
Okay, excellent. Well, we're through all of EPE's exceptions, and yellow birds are part of the time of day exceptions that will be discussed. So we're on the city's exception number 2, because their number 1 exception is already addressed in some of the other issues.
I'm going to cut in now. It's 12:30 and we've been going for 90 minutes, and it's also, I guess, lunchtime for folks. Do we want to take a 30-minute break for lunch? Yes.
I'd like that.
30 to 45.
30.
30 it is.
15.
Shut up, Bird. We're going to be back at noon. Excuse me, at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Do we have all the commissioners with us, please? I see Commissioner Maestas, Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Hall, are you here? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you here? We'll hang on for a moment here.
Mr. Chairman, I was just speaking with Commissioner Hall, so she's getting online right now.
Okay, great.
Hello.
Commissioner Hall, welcome. I
Thank
think we're
you.
still waiting on Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Okay. I sympathize with her frustration. When I was in Uray, I was really worried about signal, although actually it seemed to work. But it must be really maddening when it doesn't.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll be in Vocum shortly and be able to hold in-person
Yeah, I've
meetings.
been kicked off 3 times this morning.
Oh, good grief.
Well, if you'd say smarter stuff, that wouldn't happen.
Ah. He's frozen. Shoot. I think he got kicked off again. There he is. There. What do you have to say to that, Jeff? Did you hear what Steve said about you?
Well, just as I said that, I got kicked off. So that makes 4 times today.
Oh, okay. Well, I said
So I missed what you said.
if you said smarter stuff, that would not happen.
Man, you may be right. That's why it keeps kicking me out.
One thing I always admire about you, Commissioner Byrd, is your humbleness, your humility.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Well, I thought that was just a display of his even temper.
Even temper.
Well tempered.
I was thinking maybe you were trying to figure out how humble could be turned into a word of round.
I was just getting back at you for calling me wordy.
Verbose.
Verbose, I believe.
Verbose, okay.
I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is on.
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I misplaced my phone, so I had to ask someone to call it. I found it here.
Oh, we've all
Well,
been there.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that does that.
Well, you reacted with a clear head in an emergency. Well done. So I believe all the commissioners are here and we should continue on. Russell, do you want to pick up where you left off?
Yes. So the next exception for possible discussion is the city's exception number 2 regarding capital structure. Would the commission like to discuss that?
Yes. Commissioner Hall, would you like to discuss that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And the next one.
Sure.
After that, oh, someone's scrolling through it for me, so I don't have to scroll. Let's see. Next one. There we go. There it is. City's exception number 3: regulatory expenses for docket numbers 19340, 19349. The city notes that the RD denies the city's objections to EPE's inclusion, in rates as part of regulatory commission expense amounts associated with 3 PRC proceedings. In other words, these are things that were that the EP wanted to include for their regulatory expenses. The city accepts the hearing examiner's recommendation that EPE's claimed expenses for 18109. Wow, geez, what was 18109? Oh, that was for renewable. They have renewable energy plan. that was included, and the city is okay with that. But takes exception to including in rates on an annual basis. In other words, this is one of those things where you have a cost that is, because it's in the test year, is used as a representative cost going forward. In other words, it's replicated for each year as part of the cost can be recovered, as being representative of annual costs. The city takes exception to including on an annual basis about $185,000 incurred during the base period and part of 2020, which is after the base period. For 19,348, that was for approval of PPAs. That was, I think, some renewable PPAs. I think that was the one with this solar and a solar plus battery and something else. And takes exception to another, the $135,000 incurred for case 19-349 UT. That was the case in which the commission denied a CCN for Newman Unit 6. The city argues that those should not be included because they're not actually known. What is this? I'm sorry. That they were incurred over a multi-year period. And that the EP is actually seeking to include a regulatory asset as a regulatory asset treatment, specific non-recurring costs.
Can you speak a little more slowly?
I'm sorry,
a little louder.
I'm sort of reading it as I go. The city objects to the inclusion of the costs for those two cases. That's those PPA cases and the Newman Unit 6 CCN case as annualized, as representative of annualized costs, going forward for regulatory expenses. That is a good projection or estimate of regulatory expenses going forward. And I believe the RD said actually the commission should expect to see another CCN application or more than one in the near future. And so these are representative of the things that EP will have to do in the near future, possibly PPA and CCN applications. So these costs should be representative of what's in the future. So obviously, I went through the whole argument there. I don't know if the commission wants to discuss that.
I thought Carolyn covered that beautifully in her earlier overview, so I don't need to see it again.
I agree.
I do too.
Let's see, and that is it, because I think we covered cities number 4 was. Oh, I'm sorry. There's one. Cities. That last one is cities exception number 4. Rate-based inclusion of projects not reported under Rule 440. The city argues that there are projects that were not reported to the commission under Rule 440, which is for generation projects costing at least $1 million, or transmission or distribution project costing $500,000 or more, but that aren't CCN cases, but are this sort of lower level of reporting under Rule 440. So the city contends that El Paso is seeking to add to rate base about $175 million of generation, transmission, and distribution that they say was not reported under the rule. I don't know if the commission wants to discuss that.
I would like to talk about that only in not to dispute the RD's recommendation, but to discuss options for action or sanctions as a result of the 440 exclusions.
Okay. Okay, so that was it for the exceptions. And going back to the first one that is on our list, that's Palo Verde. Okay. So I think I'd already started talking about it. I just like to add to what I said, because I think we had a good discussion on Tuesday, talked about a lot of the issues. I just wanted to basically read what I have proposed to add to the discussion. And again, this is in line with what's in the RD, but I think it kind of summarizes my take on the Palo Verde issue and why the commission really just has to reject it going forward. Now I'm quoting from, this is paragraph 34 of the order that I sent last night. This is my track changes. So I say this. The arrangement for PVGS Unit 3 was a negotiated result and a reasonable compromise at the time. By that, I mean at the time of the stipulation. That EPE now seeks fully to recover its costs is inconsistent with the bargain reached by the parties and approved by the commission. The parties have not reached a new agreement, and EPE is unwilling to go forward under the old agreement. As noted by the, by the hearing examiner, it is EPE's decision going forward whether to seek a CCN for this resource so that cost recovery might be possible under the Public Utility Act. The point I'm trying to make there is that this was a bargain, part of a larger bargain among parties to a case resulting in a stipulation. And I wouldn't say that the agreement didn't violate the Public Utility Act, but it was the sort of thing you see in a stipulation where it's a workaround. If there's not going to be CCN, then you won't get cost recovery. It's a sort of reasonable bargain at the time, but no one wants to go forward with exactly that bargain. And there is no bargain now. There's no agreement now. There's no stipulation. And to me, now the law is all there is. There's they're seeking a CCN if they want to include it in rate base, and that's it. So that's why I think Carolyn is absolutely right in her RD.
Any discussion around that?
Mr. Chair, just to reiterate, in the last discussion we had with Carolyn during her presentation of the RD, I felt like it wasn't enough just to decline a proposal, but maybe to consider an alternate proxy that could stand on all the testimony and evidence. And the only thing I could come up with, because obviously I agree with the hearing examiner that the proposed proxy is unacceptable, as is the PV ICE price index, the ICE price index, I thought was not acceptable either. But we talked a little bit about what the default proxy was after that Credit Suisse contract expired in 2010. And I believe that ranged from 3626 to 2483. And I felt like that was a viable, like an option number 3 in the way of a proxy price. But after talking with Russell, it would seem to me that the possibility could be right for El Paso Electric to file, a CCN and pursue what they're basically threatening to do if we reject their proxy price proposal. So I think that in the end might be the way to go, is to remain silent on any interim proxy price and decline their proposal and just see if they'll take action in the form of filing a CCN for PV3.
Any other commissioner comments? I'll just throw in a thought here, which is that if they did a CCN and asked for recovery of their actual costs, that would be expensive energy, and that it's unlikely the commission would say yes to the high price. So it may not be a CCN, it may be some form of agreement for firm power from Palo Verde at a pre-negotiated price. And that price is higher than the current 22.4 cents a kilowatt hour, but certainly lower than the $4 plus that the actual operations are. And I just would ask that EPE stay open to making that kind of a proposal, and that we stay open to hearing that kind of a proposal. And apart from that, I mean, however you word it, neither party's willing to go forward with what we've got. And I think Carolyn's RD is consistent with that. And so I support it.
Well, and Commissioner Fishman, I could, make an alteration if the commission wishes to this language where I say it is EP's decision going forward whether to seek a CCN for the resources. We could say it is EP's decision going forward whether to seek a CCN or other
Proxy
arrangements.
price, whatever you want to pick.
Okay, that leaves it open for consideration of other options. So I'll put that in there.
Okay. All right. Is there any objection to that from other commissioners?
Nope, nope.
Okay, Russell, we got rid of that one pretty quick.
It's easy. Okay, the next issue is time of day rates.
Yeah, so I just had one little nit here. First of all, I have to say, Carolyn was groundbreaking in the way she handled this. There's just all kinds of factors here that come into play. But I really felt like, to a large degree, Carolyn cut through some bogus assumptions, I'll put it kind of bluntly, that guided the way people think about TOUs from the past, and came up with an interesting solution to try out. And so I compliment her on her thoughtfulness and creativity in coming up with something. And Carolyn, are you here?
Yes, I am, Commissioner.
Oh, okay. So take a bow.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. 'Cause this can be really confusing stuff to think through. So great job on that. The one exception thing that I as well don't think the exceptions have any merit. The one thing that did catch my eye, though, was EPE pointing out that when we set up the regulatory asset, there's no guarantee that they would recover it. And Carolyn, you may want to respond on this one. Particularly given the fact that you rightfully expanded the no loss provision to everybody who decides to go TOU, if I read that right. It does seem that they should be able to have confidence that they will get recovery on that regulatory asset to cover any losses they may take against their revenue. And so I'm wondering if that makes sense to do, or if I'm misreading this.
I'm looking at my recommended decision. I didn't read EPE's exception on that, and I don't think I should address anything new that they argue there, but I didn't think that I limited their ability to recover any shortfall. Let me find what I said exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a fair argument that they should be able to recover. And I just want to be sure that we're not doing that.
What I said, this is on page 253 of my recommended decision. Because the hearing examiner is recommending significant changes in EPE's time of day rate design, it is fair to allow EPE to seek recovery in the future of a shortfall in the recovery of its approved revenue requirement caused by bill savings achieved by customers who elect the time of day options. EPE should be authorized to create a regulatory asset for the limited purpose of preserving its ability to recover any such revenue shortfall.
Okay, so Russell, I'm going to put it to you because Carolyn's limited in her ability to answer here. So EPE's heartburn is over the fact that it says for the purpose of preserving the ability to recover shortfall. And they interpret that as meaning apparently that the commission could deny recovery of that regulatory asset at a later date. And so they've got heartburn with that. And I think that's a valid concern on their part. What are your thoughts, Russell? Russell, you're on mute.
I was talking, so I was speaking so eloquently about this, and you just couldn't hear me. I think the reason that we're having this issue is because time of day rates, as Carolyn has pointed out, are necessarily unpredictable because they're supposed to change behavior. So you don't just have a prediction as to how much the rates will recover, because they're supposed to change how people behave and then change what the amount will be. So I think there is that issue. I think that's why this issue may be coming up, that, Carolyn has phrased it that way. And I tend to agree with what you're saying, Commissioner Fishman. I can't imagine why there would be a reason not to simply guarantee that now, even though the thing is, we don't know the amount. It's not like with most rates where we have a prediction, cost of service analysis, and as to how everything will be recovered within a class, like I said a million times.
It sounds like you wouldn't have an objection. Instead of saying preserving the ability, it might be better to say in order to recover, so that it's more a certainty for EPE as opposed to, they may screw us down the road.
I think that makes a lot of sense. So let me just write. I'm writing a note to myself to make that modification. So instead, it'll be something like the language would be something like that. In order to recover any shortfall with regard to that issue. I'll craft a sentence or two that will use that language in order to recover any shortfall, so that they will feel assured that that shortfall will be recovered. Because I don't see any reason either why it shouldn't be recovered. Even though, like I was saying, this is because it's time of day rates, it's an unpredictable amount, but conceptually it should be recovered.
So I'm going to go back to hearing examiner Glick. Does that give you any heartburn, that change? Are we missing something there?
No, it doesn't, Commissioner Fishman.
Okay, great. Thank you. Other commissioners, any comments on that?
Nope, sounds great.
No other comment? Good change.
Mhm.
No comment.
Okay, Russell, that's all that I had on time of day rates.
Okay, Commissioner Fisher, I'm just going to ask you, you had said in your other proposed order, maybe you just don't want to pursue this proposal, you proposed putting in language that would require a study with regard to time of day rates. I will note that there's already language, of course, in the RD about having a review period. There were exceptions filed by the city and YB and Yellowbird Services saying that period was too short. And then I had included in my version of the order, I said, though this initial review will not answer all questions about the rate design, it will allow for a quicker response and more timely adjustments if needed. After an initial review, the commission may decide to establish periods for subsequent reviews that will include the summer peak. In other words, what I was saying is, yeah, you're right, city and Yellowbird Services, the short period that the RD has for the first review will not include all the most relevant information. It'll just take but the advantage is it's a quick response, and we can make some quick adjustments as things pop up. Then we can continue to do reviews to look at how it is evolving. And so anyway.
Yeah. So when was that review, by the way? That did catch my eye, and it slipped my mind just now. So thanks. Thanks for bringing it up.
I don't know. I have to look exactly.
I think the argument they were trying to make was that they needed a full summer season to get data that they felt was useful.
Yes, the RD set it at 14 months. It says, which may not allow a full summer to be evaluated. So a full summer will have passed, obviously, because it'll be a year, but maybe they don't think there'll be enough information for that. I don't know. 14 months is what
Well, so 14 months, we're not catching any data for now. It'll be for next summer, correct?
certainly include, it would include a summer. I guess the idea was that they think the summer will obviously have passed, a whole year obviously will have passed, but they don't think maybe the data will be ready.
Well, because there won't be any TOD customers for a while, so this summer will have passed. And so it has to be next summer. So I think their argument is saying, let's get a complete summer in. You know, I don't know what the start date from 14 months is. Is it the day of this decision?
One, and Carolyn may, I think it is. Carolyn may have some input on this, but I guess I looked at it, I just thought that's obviously an issue to look at, is how summer peak will actually be affected. But we're going to want to see things like how much, you know, how did this time of day, how does this time of day rate design doing in terms of getting enrollment? How is it doing in the first, 14 months for, is it having odd effects we didn't expect? I mean, it seems to me like more, doing a quick initial review is a good idea, and you will want to do reviews after that. This is something that's going to need a lot of feedback, and as Carolyn said, a lot of tweaking. So it seems like doing an early review will still be helpful. There'll still be plenty of information to digest.
Yeah, not a huge issue, and you would probably get in a couple of months of the summer regardless, even at 14. So
okay, so let's go and go on to the next issue, I guess. Next issue is capital structure. So
let's go back to that one other issue that I raised, and it was kind of specifically the idea that there's this 2-cent or so drop in the energy rate charged for electricity during the non-summer period versus the summer period. And there wasn't much of a record generated on that in this rate case, but it seems to me that's not very helpful, simply because it's a price signal customers can't respond to, and lowering the price in winter raises the price during peak season in summer when the bills are higher already, and that's not necessarily very good for consumers. And so I wanted to put in a suggestion that we look with or put in a proposal that we order as part of the next rate case a study of that issue, and whether that issue, whether those dollars could somehow play into funding future modifications of the time of day rate. Am I making sense?
Oh, I'm sorry. I that's perfectly fine. And I don't know if we were waiting to hear from other commissioners about that.
Yeah. So other commissioners, thoughts on that? Or
Yes,
for that matter.
Mr. Chair, I think that sounds very productive, actually. That's a good idea.
So it doesn't change this order other than to say in the next rate case, study these issues and present it as part of your filing.
Mr. Chair, since we're on studies, I'm still struggling with reconciling trends in industry practice versus commission precedents. You suggested departing from our precedent of limiting proxy groups and ROE calculation to utility companies. But I think the whole ROE discussion also included other models. And so maybe there'd be an appropriate time to talk about these studies, because, I understand that commission precedent can become legal precedent if we're ever appealed, right? And it carries certain weight. But if it becomes outdated, and if in fact we are an outlier as an agency, I don't want to be the one to say, hey, we've always done it this way. We're going to stick our head in the sand. We don't care where the industry is going. And so this isn't the right opportunity, but I would like to have a broader discussion about studying our current rate making precedents and it relative to industry trends and industry practice.
Okay. Oh, by the way, since you brought it up, I did cross-examine Ms. Nelson for EPE and asked her that very question on the proxy group, and specifically asked her the question of, is there any reason non-utility companies couldn't be included in the proxy group? And her answer was no. So just to let you know.
Chairman Fishman, may I make one comment on your proposal?
Sure.
I suggest that you expand the scope to include not just time of day rates, but also standard rates, because
Absolutely.
EPE has a summer, non-summer differential in all its rates. And I didn't recommend requiring a study, but I did recommend an in-depth analysis of the appropriateness of that for both standard and time of day options.
I agree completely.
Yeah, I've included that in my note for the order.
So other commissioners, any thoughts, objections, improvements?
Nope, not for me.
Okay, I guess we can move on then.
All right, so we're on to capital structure. Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd like to the treatment that's in the order just says, and this is still I think the position that this is still the position I recommend, simply says that the hearing examiner correctly applied the precedent with regard to capital structure. And if you don't mind, I'd like to explain that position in more depth.
Definitely.
There are two methods, there are two approaches to capital structure. One is looking at capital structure as it actually existed at the end of the test year period, plus any known and reasonable changes within, I don't know if it's a 3-month or 6-month, I can't remember which one, but anyway, basically looking at the actual capital structure. That's what it's looking at. There's also the approach of looking at, of imputing an optimal capital structure, which means the actual capital structure of the company doesn't change. It doesn't require the company to change it, but for the purposes of rate making, the commission can impute a different capital structure, particularly if it results in lower rates, which it can do by affecting the weighting and the weighted average cost of capital, by weighting, more the cheaper of the two costs, debt versus equity. Carolyn's RD proceeds only with consideration of the actual capital structure. And the reason is that in the recent precedents of the commission, and they could also go much farther back, because I don't know if the commission has ever used optimal capital structure, but the recent ones the recent precedent of the commission is just to use actual capital structure, and that's what Carolyn did. The city and its exceptions sort of takes two approaches. I think they're a little bit mixed together sometimes, but I see two approaches. The city says, why not use impute an optimal capital structure that would be the opposite. Instead of the 5149, it'd be 4951. And on the basis that would improve that would reduce rates. And the city cites a Supreme Court case showing that is allowed under New Mexico law to impute an optimal capital structure. But as I said, the EPE in its responses, I don't know if this was somewhat disingenuous or what. They say they act as if imputing an optimal capital structure is just this imaginary idea that the city came up with. It's not. It's an idea in the law. But I would say that a strong argument for not using the optimal capital structure here is that that would be a deviation from recent commission precedent, which would be okay. It is okay to deviate from precedent if there is, one, notice early enough in the case so that anyone who is affected by it can, present a case, in opposition, and two, I know a reason for departing from the precedent. And I'm not here. I don't know that there was any notice that an optimal capital structure might be imputed. And Carolyn might be able to speak to that. It seems that, for one thing, like the AG, the staff, EPE, they all just went with actual capital structure. And so I don't know if this is where it was raised for the first time in the city's exceptions. Carolyn, do you think there was there any kind of notice that an optimal capital structure might be imputed instead?
Russell, I don't recall if in his testimony, David Garrett used the word imputed capital structure. I could check that pretty quickly. He did in his testimony, propose a lower equity ratio. So EPE had notice of that. Whether they had notice of the argument being based on an imputed capital structure, I'm not sure. If you want, I can go check that real quickly.
Well, I would say I assume that, like I said, the idea of an optimal capital structure is I think never that the commission actually tells the company, go sell, go issue more debt or to change it doesn't, I think it never really changes the capital structure. That's never the issue, because the Supreme Court case that's cited by the city actually says that's a matter for management, the actual capital structure. But if the commission can say, if the capital structure is such that it harms ratepayers through the weighted average cost of capital, then you can impute just for the matter of the rate case as if the structure were otherwise. So if that's the only meaning I could ascribe then to the testimony by, is it Dr. Kahan or Mr. Kahan?
No, that was David Garrett for the city and the county.
Okay, so I would say that testimony is discussing that very issue. It doesn't use the word imputed, but that's the only way you would ever use an optimal capital structure is by imputing it. So in that sense, I think you could say if that was early enough in the case to provide EPE with the opportunity to respond, then maybe you could change. Then maybe there was reasonable notice. Then we'd have to also have, a reason to depart from precedent. I don't know that there are any special circumstances in this case why here would be the place to do an optimal capital structure as opposed to other cases. I'm not sure how much of a reason you need to depart from that precedent. It will be challenged. And I think it could be sort of on the line. But you could defend it if you wanted to do an optimal capital structure, I think, because it sounds like it was noticed in this case through the testimony of Dr. Garrett.
So I'm looking at this, and City of Las Cruces notes that the actual capital structure was 49.2% equity and 50.8% debt at the close of the test year. And that's what we're saying. Traditionally, those are the kinds we would have adopted those numbers based on precedent.
Well, Commissioner Fishman, I'm glad you get to this. There seems to be an alternative argument by the city, which is this: to get to the capital structure, the actual capital structure that is adopted in the RD, and that was proposed by EPE as the capital structure to be used for rates. you would include, and the RD does, the known and reasonable change in the capital structure that happened, known and measurable, that happened within 3 or 5 months, I don't remember the time period, after the end of the test year period, which was a capital infusion, an equity capital infusion by the private equity fund that owns EPE now. This is an argument of the city that I would reject, is that she's saying, well, the actual capital structure should not include that change. And so, as you're saying, Commissioner Fishman, it would be, if you don't include that change, you get to sort of what she wants for the optimal capital structure. Or I'm talking about Anastasia Stevens, the city's attorney, that the city wants for the optimal. That's the other way to get there. But I disagree with her reasoning there. She would say exclude that capital infusion, that equity infusion as a consideration. And she does it based on some reasoning that would liken it to, with regard to the ROE calculation. In the ROE calculation, she cites the fact that the RD rejects EPE's argument that there should be a risk premium for, in part, this part of it would be due to planned capital expenditures. That was a reason that the EPA had used justifying a higher risk premium for its ROE. And the RD rejected that for 2 reasons. First of all, the RD said planned capital expenditures, period, are just not a category of, they're not a reason to increase a risk premium. They're not a valid reason for a higher risk premium. And 2, the RD notes that the biggest part of that planned capital expenditure is for Newman Unit 6, which is the gas plant that for which the commission denied a CCN. And the RD says that would be giving a credit, in other words, a higher ROE to EPE based on a risk associated with the capital expenditures that the commission didn't want them to make, or didn't authorize them for, at least for our jurisdiction. The city says, well, similarly, when it comes to capital structure, the commission should disregard this capital infusion that occurred after the end of the test year period, because that capital infusion was for the purpose, or primarily for the purpose, of funding construction of Newman Gas Unit 6. So if you're not letting EPE take that into account for the ROE, you shouldn't let them do that for the capital structure. I think that analogy does not apply. I can see why it makes sense in the area of ROE, because you would be giving a higher return to the company based on these capital expenditures that were not authorized. But again, in the area of ROE, that wasn't the only reason. The major reason was that's not a reason, period. Capital expenditures aren't a reason to raise an ROE. So that's one reason you could differentiate it. The other reason is, when you're looking at the actual capital structure, looking at the additional events or transactions that occur after the test year period, you're including those to just get a better idea of what the actual capital structure is. And for that question, if you're looking at actual capital structure, the idea, the notion of what the money is going to be used for is totally relevant. No matter what it's going to be used for, even if it's something that the commission didn't want the company to use it for, it still is a capital infusion that reflects a change in the actual capital structure. So I would say you really can't argue that the actual capital structure shouldn't take that into account. So I'd say the actual capital structure does reflect that should reflect that transaction and should be as per the RD. Then there's a question of whether the commission would like to depart from that to do an optimal capital structure to impute that. So with that, I'll take any questions or just listen.
The Commissioner Hall, do you want to speak on this one?
Well, I don't know if it makes sense now, but my concern about the capital structure is that I don't think it's optimal given the low cost of debt right now. I think that I just think the equity to debt ratio ought to be somewhat different, with more debt because debt is cheaper than equity. I think witness Garrett supported that as well. And, so there's evidence in the record. It's just a better way to capitalize the company at this point because the interest rate on debt is much lower than the rate it would be incurred, if that's the word, by the company to service the equity. So to me, it just makes more sense to have a different proportion of debt versus equity. So that's my view, but I don't recall seeing the term imputed anywhere either. But if that's what we would be doing with, ordering a different balance there in that ratio, that's what I would advocate for. But I don't know if there's much appetite for that on the commission. But those are my thoughts.
So Carolyn, I'm curious, what was the equity debt ratio in the last rate case?
Oh, forgive me, I have that recommended decision. If you'll just give me a second, I can get that for you.
Sure, thanks.
I couldn't get my hands on that real quickly, but it might be in my recommended decision. Let me see. No, it isn't. So I don't have that off the top of my head.
Mhm.
I can go on eDocket, probably find it pretty quickly.
Yeah, why don't you do that? I think that'd be a good piece of information to
Okay.
have at hand. And Russell, on the 120 million, maybe you can answer this while Carolyn's looking. The 120 million, how much does that change their actual custom capital structure? So they're saying it was 49.2 and 50.8 after the capital infusion. Do we have the numbers for what those were?
So so I'm looking at the city, I assume this, just assuming the city has the numbers right in their exception, because that's what I'm citing in the discussion. The company's actual capital structure at the base period end, in other words, without the additional equity infusion, was 49.21% equity, 50.79% debt. That's on December 31st, 2019. And then it was 49.21% equity and 50.79% debt.
When was that?
That was as of the base period end, which is the test period end, December 31st, 2019. So that's not yet taking into account the $125 million equity infusion that was made in September 2020. So actually it's within the year after, I guess you can include within the year after for known and measurable change. And so that then after that was included, it changed to, I don't know what it exactly is, but something close enough to 5140 instead of 4951. I have to see what the numbers were, but it was enough that, the RD and the hearing examiner and the AG and the staff agreed that it was essentially 5149 after that.
Is that?
And so
typical?
did you get that, Russell? I'm sorry to interrupt. Where did you get that from, the RD?
No, I'm looking at my order. The RD is probably a better place to look. I'm looking
It's
at my order where I cite
Paragraph 81.
Thank you.
of the RD. Was that what
If you'll scroll down to 81, it's in there.
Thank you. Companies
And
exit-
Chairman Fishman, I did find what was approved in the last rate case. EPE's proposal was approved, and that was 49.3, I'm rounding a little bit, 49.3% equity and 50.7% debt.
My question there is, 9 months after the test period closes, do we really keep it open that long, 9 months for other transactions? That's a pretty long time.
That is.
Carolyn, refer that to you. I didn't, because obviously I didn't know what time period it was. I know for certain things that there's a 3-month period. For certain things, there's like a 6-month period for changes that occur after a test year period has closed that you can possibly include. Carolyn, this one was 9 months later.
I've researched this before, and I've never been able to find a commission decision that says what that period is that it uses for a known and measurable change. I can tell you that on page 35 of my recommended decision, I discuss P&M's 2010 rate case, and I was the hearing examiner for that case. I recommended using P&M's actual capital structure as of June 30, 2010, which was the
2020? That's what it says.
2010. I know. It says 2020 in my RD. That's a mistake because this was a 2010 rate case.
Okay.
And the commission rejected my recommendation and used P&M's actual capital structure as of December 31st. So that was 6 months later.
Oh, I see. And that was 48.19%, so like 48.2% debt and 53%, 51.28% common equity. So 51.3% common equity. There was like 0.5% of preferred stock. So that was in 2010. Why are we looking back so far?
I was just using, an example precedent to support that the commission has approved a capital structure that reflects a known and measurable change occurring after the end of the base period.
Oh, I see.
And the answer in that case was they did not approve that when it was 6 months later in 2010. Is that what you're?
No, in 2010, I recommended using the capital structure at the end of the base period. The commission adopted a known and measurable change and used what it was as of 6 months after the end of the base period.
Oh, okay. I had it backwards.
I guess I was under the misimpression. I thought that we had in our rules or something specific time periods for specific types of non-measurable changes, but I'm thinking of something else. So it sounds like.
Is our issue whether 9 months is reasonable? Because in the past we accepted a known and measurable change at 6 months, and we don't really have a bright line.
Correct. We don't have a bright line. We don't.
Well, I guess my thought would be, given that it's 9 months, which to me seems like a really long time to stretch that out, and given that it's precedent to take the actual capital structure, and given that the actual capital structure is pretty much identical to what the actual capital structure was in the last rate case 5 years ago, that I do lean to this idea of using that. And that's the
Yeah.
precedent. And so my take is 49%, 49.2% equity and 50.79% debt. That's the number. Let's go with it.
Yeah.
So that would be going with the not including the known and measurable change.
Not including the known and measurable change made 9 months later.
The point being, the commission's free to depart from what was recommended on that.
Yeah, it's just we're so far outside the timeline. Though I don't know how long till the next rate case, but we start going that far past the test year. To me, it's a little skeevy.
I agree.
So other commissioners, comments, thoughts?
I'm fine with that, but it just goes to commission precedent. How powerful is it? How compelling is it?
Yeah.
But I could support that. I mean, I think that's really more of a textbook application, right?
Yeah.
Of considering the test year. So.
And we went to commission precedent on the ROE. 3 commissioners relied on that. But I think we should do the same thing here.
Well, Commissioner, let me just clarify. So we arguing that because the precedent that cited by Carolyn was that you would include a known and measurable change up, within the 6-month period. And I don't know that that decision said anything about cutting it off. So I think, we could say, if the commission wants to say that precedent doesn't apply because this is, 9 months is just sufficiently beyond that is a larger amount of time. We could, if that's the idea that it doesn't apply. I mean, like Commissioner Hall said, that I guess we've never established a bright line. So, I would say it seems to be the argument that you might want to make is that, well, yes, 6 months was reasonable in that case, but now 9 months is that we have to cut it off somewhere. 9 months is too long.
Yeah, that's basically my feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know that I would want to go so far as to make a retroactive judgment about whether it was reasonable in that case. I don't want to say that. They obviously thought it was then, but there's a reason for having a test here, and so I don't know why these departures have to be made at all, frankly. But but in any case, 9 is bigger than 3, so by 50% more. So it seems like. You do have to use your judgment to say what's too great a departure. And I agree that this is too great a departure.
And just to clarify, Commissioner Hall, it's actually 9 versus 6. It was in that PM case, it was 6, but yeah, that's still quite well beyond. And this could be the case where you draw the line and say that's.
Oh, okay, fine. I might number 1. Right.
Other commissioners, Commissioner Berg?
I'm I'm leaning towards Ms. Glick's recommendation, but I'm not saying your argument's not compelling.
It's a judgment call. I mean, whatever we call here, it's
Mr. Chair, may I just add one thing? This is on page 34 of my recommended decision, I don't recall that the city and the county, that David Garrett, that his argument was based on this being too far outside the base period. In fact, at the bottom of page 34 of my RD, I say EPE's actual debt ratio at the end of the base period, which is similar to Mr. Garrett's recommended debt ratio, was not the primary factor in influencing Mr. Garrett's recommendation, because he said that public utilities do not have a financial incentive to minimize their cost of capital. So I don't know whether this matters. Russell can answer that, but I don't think the city and the county's primary argument or any argument about capital structure was based on this not being a known and measurable change. That's something I said in my RD. And I think they latched onto that in their exceptions and said, no, it's not.
That makes a lot of sense what you're saying. I think what, like I said, we're not dealing with the sort of optimal capital structure issue, which is, I think, one of the things that was being referred to by Dr. Garrett or Mr. Garrett. But with regard to the known and measurable change, it sounds like they weren't bringing that up at all at that time. And that wasn't so much the issue for precedent, I think, as the optimal, the imputation of an optimal one, because I think was more of a precedential issue. Here, sorry if it's just confusing, but here, I think that what the city brings up as the reason not to include it as a known and measurable change is that kind of that long argument that I described about how it's it's similar to because there's going to be the capital infusion was for the purpose mostly of Newman Unit 6. You shouldn't include it just so you didn't include ROE. I think the commission is rejecting that argument, which I agree. And the commission is taking a different tack than the city did at all and saying, hey, 9 months is too far. We may have approved 6 months in the past, but that's different. This is 9 months that we have to draw a line somewhere. So I think, that's a different, Carolyn, do you see what I'm saying there?
Yeah, but I don't recall, this is similar. I don't recall the city and the county making the argument before me that a reason for rejecting EPE's capital structure was because the capital infusion was for Newman. I don't recall any evidence that the capital infusion was for the purpose of constructing Newman.
Okay, all I'm saying is that they do, it is alluded to in the exceptions, and but we're rejecting that. We're not, the commission doesn't want to use that argument anyway, so I don't think it's an issue. I think they're just going based on the timing issue.
Well, it's what you say is correct, Russell, that it's a timing issue, but also, as far as I'm concerned, it's just it's a prudence issue for me. And I think when I read that sentence of Garrett's, it made me start thinking more closely about what's involved in the balance. And that's why I arrived at my conclusion that I recalled, debt, debt interest right now is very, very low. So why not have more of that in the balance than equity, which is much higher? It's just, it's just basic sound economics. And I guess utilities, as Garrett said, don't have a financial incentive to minimize their cost of capital. But isn't that part of what our job should be in order to balance interest between shareholders and ratepayers? We should probably look at, making sure their cost of capital is as low as it can be. So that's my motivation in wanting to see the capital structure different. But I also think that 9 months is too long to just let some huge infusion of capital comes sailing in from a new parent investment institution that can manipulate their capital structure in a way that benefits shareholders and not ratepayers.
Well, I could present, it could be, I'm thinking about this and whether we would want to do this. We could present it as the resulting capital structure as justified under both methods, both the actual capital structure, because you shouldn't include the known and measurable change because it's beyond 6 months. It's at 9 months. It's just too far out. And that results in an optimal capital structure that we would impute in any event. So we were doing in the alternative, and that might, help us in any appeal. I don't know if I'm not sure if in an area like this, and maybe Carolyn, you would have an idea, if, because it's perfectly fine to argue in the alternative. I don't know if it would seem odd for the commission to say, well, I guess it wouldn't. We could to say under either test, we could do either version, either approach, and under both approaches, we come up with the same result. I think that could work.
Yeah.
Could I add one more thing? When I said I had done some research on this, I think that we haven't defined known and measurable, because known and measurable, I think, means whether it was known and measurable change at the time that the case was filed. And that's what this 2010 PNM rate case indicates. In that case, the commission found that the change in capital structure was known to PNM when the stipulation was filed. In this case, the rate case application was filed after the commission approved the merger. And when the commission approved the merger, it was known that there would be a capital infusion. So I just wanted to clarify my earlier explanation. I think the known and measurable is not necessarily a defined period of time. I think it is based on whether it is known and measurable. At least according to this PNM case, it looks like at the time, in that case, the stipulation was filed.
When are you saying was the point it was known then, Carolyn?
Well, it was known during the course of the EPE merger case. There was evidence that there was going to be a capital infusion by Sun Jupiter.
But did they say when they were going to do it?
I don't recall. I have that case in the other room. I could go look if you want that.
When you wrote your RD, were you thinking it was known and measurable because it was made when it was?
Well,
or were you rethinking of the merger time frame, knowing then? What was in your head when you wrote that? Just wanting to know what your perspective was.
Well, I relied on this PNM rate case in which the commission said the change in capital structure was known to PNM when the stipulation was filed. Because that change was known and measurable, it found it should use its capital structure as of December 30th, 2010.
Right. So how did you apply?
Well, I didn't.
Those facts work in your head to apply in this case?
Well, I didn't explicitly set that out in my recommended decision, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to add at this open meeting anything that is not in there.
I do agree.
I think that it's these issues. I'm sorry, but no, this gets to these issues. As we were saying, the rate case paradigm is that you have a test year that's representative, but because we know that there are certain things that may have happened just outside of a test year that actually make the case more representative of what's going on today and will be going on in the future. If you include them, we include certain things, and I think there are limits. Kellen, tell me if I'm right with regard to that we've even in our rules possibly with regard to like costs that occur outside that time period, but if they're representative and they may be included as being more representative of what's happening today and in the future than just taking the test year period. And this is a little different because this is something that, you know, has a permanent change that it's not like a recurring cost. You're not looking at whether it's with representative of what's going to happen every year in the future. You're looking at whether it reflects, you know, where are we now? Well, then you might say all the transactions that have occurred since the rate case, if we know what they are, they're telling us the actual capital structure is today. You could say that, but you could also say, you know, that makes the test year period, it almost disregards it then. So it's hard because a test year period means something, but in some ways it can be it can arbitrarily leave things out. It's a difficult balance.
Yeah, well, if we're gonna have a test, I mean, I like to think that we have a meaningful test year. And so that's why I think if we just start sliding farther and farther away from the boundaries of the test year, what's a test year, you know?
Right.
And well, I mean, how frequently is there going to be another 125 million capital infusion from the parent? I guess we knew about it during that, something like that would occur during the merger. I don't recall it, but so was that supposed to be a one-time thing? I mean, maybe this wouldn't ever occur again. So to me, that weakens its importance even more as something to include. So I don't know.
Commissioner Byrd, you'd started to answer and you said you were, if I heard correctly, inclined to stick with the RD.
Yeah, and I'm more, I think that we need to stay with the recommended 51% equity.
Go ahead.
You know, the whole argument of test year, I get it. But like Russell said, sometimes there's real and measurable, well, as the term is known, and measurable things that change the outcome. But, and so those need to be considered because that's real numbers, not hypotheticals. Anyway, so I recommend or would like to stay with the recommended 51% equity, 49% debt structure.
And Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, where are you?
We need to be very careful to make abrupt decisions. We're asking Ms. Glick to look up certain information from cases from 2010. She has not had a chance to analyze it and assess it. You heard her. She's holding back new information because it's not in the record. Therefore, I am sticking with the recommended decision. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Maestas, where do you stand on this one, having heard everything now?
Well, I think that we do have discretion, and I'm not sure that we're considering new information in this case. So despite the RD's recommendation, I think we still have some discretion in what to consider in the form of a known and measurable change from the test year period. So I'm okay with supporting the change.
Okay. I support the change. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you. Thank you both.
So Commissioner Hall, you support the change?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, both of you.
So as a commissioner, we're willing to go ahead with this change on a 3-2 vote. We're not voting on the whole thing yet. It's just the straw poll on the individual issues and move forward to the next one. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
And could I
Moving
just
forward,
make
yes.
a semantics clarification? And I messed up on this myself. the base period is the actual numbers for the year,
Yep.
for the 2019 year. The test period is the base period after known and measurable changes or
Okay.
annualizations and other such things.
Okay,
Gotcha.
I'm sorry. I've been misusing the word test year period then too, because I've been using it as base year period. So sorry about that.
Okay. Does that change anything for anybody? Okay, so with that, let's move on to the next item.
Okay, and just to clarify, I'm going to be presenting, going to be writing it up as both as justified in the alternative as it can be first as we're not including known and measurable change. So under an analysis of the actual capital structure, this is just the known measurable change is too far outside the period, and in the alternative as an optimal imputed capital structure. We come to, I don't know if you come, we could say we'll come to whatever result is the result with the actual, which is somewhere the same 5149. The numbers will be controlled by whatever those actual numbers at the end of the base year period. Does that make sense? Do you want both justifications or just one? Commissioner Hall was saying, let's do it in the alternative. We'll have both arguments.
I'm fine with both.
Okay.
Any comments from other commissioners?
And Chairman Fishman, I know you like to know the impact of changes, so I just wanted to tell you that according to the city, this has not been verified by the technical committee, which it needs to be.
Okay.
But according to the city, the dollar impact of changing that equity ratio is $816,634. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
Right.
Wait, Carolyn,
Thanks.
how much was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
816,634 reduction, additional reduction from what I recommended.
Okay, so just so the commission knows, this will of course require running the technical committee to run the numbers, because this changes the total cost of service. So it'll be new cost of service allocation, a new rate, a new set of rates, and we can talk about that at the end if we. I assume, just to let you know, that's what that will require. The commission could vote today on just these changes, and then wait to see, what the numbers look like at the next open meeting, and take another vote and to actually adopt an order that includes those numbers, because the commission, then you'll actually see a different set of rates coming. Probably not radically different. It's not a huge change, but yeah. Just so you know, that's the effect of changing this. Okay, so the next issue that we had was, the Rule 440 issue raised by the city for these transactions that the city says, or not transactions, but additions of distribution, transmission, equipment, et cetera, that the city argues should not be included in rate base because they weren't reported to Rule 440. And Commissioner Maestas has said he didn't really want to discuss the rate case issue, but what should we do going forward if that is the case, if they really have failed to report? And I would just say EPE, I think in their response, let me just take a look. I think is denying this idea that they failed to comply with Rule 440, that because the city is inferring it from amounts of money included in the rate base that is having to make an inference. And it's perfectly reasonable to try to come up with something like that from an inference, but it can also be wrong, and we might have to have staff do an inquiry or something before we can decide if there has actually been any violation of Rule 440.
Mm-hmm.
Can we at least mention that, add a note that the commission intends to launch an inquiry to confirm whether in fact there have been exclusions to the 440 rule?
That's perfectly fine. We can add a note that the commission is not changing, is adopting the recommended decision here, and is going to look into whether, is going to investigate in a separate docket whether there have been any Rule 440 violations by EPE.
Mr. Chairman, this isn't the first time we've had discussions about this. And so I really think it's important that we at least send a message to the industry that we're going to be following up on these and investigate them and confirm them. And then if needed, render any kind of sanctions that might be appropriate.
Other commissioners' comments on this? Just for the record.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I was muted. I
Go ahead.
strongly support this. I think it's a great idea.
I agree, and a little off topic, but I really think we need to revisit the 440 rule, as Commissioner Maestas has pointed out in the past. And we're just so dang busy, it's hard to know when we can get to that, but.
Well, let me just say that the assistance, I know it's Jonas, I believe I think it's yours, Commissioner Fishman, Rob London, and I think Colin's also involved in working on potential amendments to the 440. There is a red line version out there, but as you said, we're all very busy, but it's my intention at least to try and lead us to not just revisit it, but potentially amend it and strengthen it. So that effort's underway.
Good. Okay, we'll move on to the next.
Well, that is actually it in terms of the exceptions. And so what I would say is, again, at this point, the commission, like I said, there are a couple of issues to decide about how to go forward. Obviously, the commission could take a vote today with regard to these issues that it has decided, and then leave for next week. Consider leave something open for next week. Make it conditional on the fact that you want to see what the final numbers will be in terms of rate design and stuff and things like that next week. Or you could simply leave the vote entirely to next week and just do nothing today, and I'll just bring an order before the commission with these changes and with numbers run by the technical committee. And then the other question for the commission is whether you would like the same assumptions and conditions that Carolyn had used when she ordered, her cost of service and rate design, and Carolyn could describe those. They involved, this is going to result in an even bigger decrease. The RD resulted in a decrease in revenue requirement. And Carolyn had a way that she asked the technical committee to distribute, sort of the largesse of the decrease among the rate classes. So there are certain specifications we'd have to make. I don't know, Carolyn, you might want to describe what your thinking was, and if you think it could still apply with this larger decrease. It's going to be a larger decrease with the change in the capital structure.
Sure. This issue was part of my summary beginning on page 15 of my RD. I didn't talk about it because it was not the subject of exceptions, but I think it is important, and that is how to allocate the rate decrease among the classes. Based on my recommended revenue requirement, the technical committee created a class cost of service study, which allocates revenues to collect from each customer class based strictly on cost causation, meaning the revenues collected from the classes are based on each class's contribution to a cost. And that's where they're going to have to start again. The commission hardly ever, if ever, allocates rate increases and decreases based on the actual results of the cost of service study. And that is because I think almost universally, some classes subsidize other classes and vice versa. So if you were to, well, for example, I can show you the actual, how, if you turn to page 216 of my recommended decision, this shows how under my recommended revenue decrease, what the percentage increase or decrease would be for each class, and based strictly on the results of cost causation. And you can see from that one class, a small general service class, would receive an 18.93% decrease, and one class would receive a 73.16% increase. So I think that's certainly not reasonable. So I considered two alternatives to that. The first approach was recommended by the Attorney General. And the witness was Doug Gigax, Dr. Gigax. He first determined that no customer class should receive a revenue increase. He then performed a capping process, which resulted in 8 customer classes receiving no change in revenue allocation and 5 classes receiving revenue decreases. The second approach that I considered was the one adopted by the Commission in case 2662, in which the Commission ordered a 7 million revenue decrease. In that case, the Commission found each customer class should receive some revenue decrease, and the Commission ordered 3 different percentage revenue decreases among the classes based on to the extent to which the cost of service study showed the classes were paying their cost of service. So what I did under my recommended decrease, the average, if you just average the recommended decrease among the classes, each class would receive a 2.74% revenue decrease. Following the approach from the Commission's order in case 2662, I allocated half that average amount, a 1.37% base revenue decrease, to classes that the cost of service study shows are not paying their cost of service, classes that are being subsidized. I allocated the average 2.74% revenue decrease to classes that the cost of service study shows are paying their cost of service or slightly more. I allocated a 4.9% base revenue decrease to classes that the cost of service study shows are paying significantly more than their cost of service, classes that are significantly subsidizing other classes.
So commissioners, so Carolyn, just for me, because I think I drifted for a second there. Your recommendation is
Okay, so there were 2 approaches that I considered.
So I've got those. Which one?
Okay, the one that I recommended is to allocate 3 different percentage decreases based on the extent to which a class is paying its cost of service. In other words, is the class being subsidized or is it subsidizing another class?
So, okay. And I'm very comfortable with that personally.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we've seen this methodology before. I don't feel like a rate case is done until this balancing has occurred. So
Yeah.
I support what Carolyn has done.
Commissioners, any other thoughts or comments on that?
No comments.
I'm sorry, Carolyn, did you say there were two different methods you used?
No, that's the there were two approaches I considered.
Okay.
The one I just discussed is the one I recommended.
Okay, and Carolyn, do you think it's still an approach that makes sense even with this larger decrease? Would that change your reasoning at all?
No.
Okay. Well, then and Carolyn, if you can help me instruct. Well, first I want to hear from the commissioners. I don't know if they've all decided whether this is how they'd like to proceed. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So my thought is that you could read off any changes that we've made to the RD today, and that the commission could vote on them. And commissioners, please comment on this if this process works for you. We could vote on them as one package, if you will, because we straw voted ahead of time on each issue. And then when we review the technical committee's results, if we find we need to make any changes, we can come back then. Does that work procedurally, Russell?
Yeah, I think you could phrase it. You could have yes. You could vote today on all these issues which go to the exceptions and the rate base and the change in the revenue requirement essentially, and then you could leave any issues for the rate design to next week, and that would just mean that the order would just be basically sort of 3/4 of the way there or 90% of the way there today, but it wouldn't be issued today because it wouldn't have the cost of service and rate, the rate design elements. So you could just take a vote today on, you could phrase it as adopting the RD with the modifications adopting the RD with modifications today to the extent that it affects the revenue requirement, leaving rate design for next week. I don't know, Michael, if that's a very, very good way to phrase it, but that captures it.
Commissioner Fishman, just one other issue. I don't know if this, I didn't discuss this because it wasn't the subject of exceptions, but there was contested testimony about the amount of the fixed customer charges. And my recommendation was to leave them the same under my recommended revenue decrease. So that's another, I don't know if you want to change that or accept my recommendation in light of your change in the revenue decrease, but I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you for doing that. Commissioner comments on that one.
I think we should remain consistent, and I think, this is good direction to the technical team when they rework the numbers. So yeah, I support fixing those customer charges as recommended.
I do too.
And
Yes.
I support the idea of really adopting everything with the changes we discussed, pending any adjustments once the technical committee brings the revised rate design to us, or the actual rates, I suppose.
Commissioner Berg, you were saying?
Oh, I had just said yes, I agree.
Okay. I agree too. I don't see why we need to change the customer charge any as a result of what we've done today from your RD.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I move to approve the, well, are we approving the order with certain conditions, Russell?
Commissioner Myers says, this is how I would put it. I guess you could say, you could phrase it this way. You could move to adopt the RD with the modifications described today to the extent that it arrives at a new revenue requirement. Because that's what will be set in stone today is all these changes, the changes that have been made to the RD with regard to capital structure changes the revenue requirement. It would be a vote to agree on what the revenue requirement is. That's what has been decided. It would be decided by that vote. And then next week, the rate design, that would be, I mean, you could include the rate design, since it sounds like you agree on how to approach it, but you could leave rate design to next week once you've actually seen the numbers. Now, I'm sorry, I don't mean to confuse all this, but if you essentially are locking yourself into a rate design based on on the specifications that Carolyn has described anyway, because I don't think when you see the numbers next week, I don't think we'll have time to get another set of numbers from the technical committee if the commission decides they want another option. So that's you're going to be kind of locked into that too, because the absolute statutory deadline is June 28th, which I think is the following Monday. So I guess what I'm saying is you can take a vote today and say we adopt as discussed today the RD with the modifications that we discussed today with regard to, you could mention them specifically. I don't know, Michael, if that's necessary, but with regard to capital structure, that was the only thing that affected revenue requirement. And you could just say it's with adopting that revenue requirement as per the RD with that modification. That would do it. And then we'll see next week what the rate design actually says, but you won't have time to change that next week either. So you can vote on that next week though. If I've just made it muddier than ever, I'm sorry.
No, but I think I'm going to play it safe. And Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the RD along with the modifications that we all agreed to today: capital structure, language regarding 440 exclusions, and future action on a separate docket. Go ahead, Russell.
I'm sorry, I'm getting some, well, Michael, if you want to give input here, please just go ahead and give input, because I'm getting some texts. We like to send texts in OGC when people disagree. And I'm getting some texts saying, will today be the final order date? I'm saying, no, we won't have a final order, but it could, it might be the EP could consider the appealable date for the final decision on the revenue requirement. So maybe, Michael, what do you think about putting the whole thing off till next week? What do you say, Michael?
I think the commission can take us basically a straw, a non-binding for purposes of a final order straw poll type vote that these are the numbers that they want to send to the committee, so that when the numbers come back from the committee, they can then make a final decision and issue a final order. And that would be the final order for purposes of an appeal if one were taken.
See, Michael always has the right answer.
Okay, so in a day of straw polls, we've discussed the issues, we've taken a vote and made our compromises, and as usual, the commission's been very collaborative and thoughtful and gentlemanly and womanly when we win or lose on a particular issue, so I really appreciate that. And I would ask that we take a straw vote and saying that we approve all of the changes that we discussed today. And there's not that many of them, a couple technical ones, and then that one revenue one on the capital structure. So is there anybody who opposes adopting all of these changes as a package to the RD?
Well, I still oppose the capital structure change.
I oppose the capital structure change as well.
But I'm asking, are you willing to vote for the package of changes, or you're saying you're not?
Yeah, I'm still a no vote for it because I don't agree with that change.
Okay.
I was hoping that somebody was keeping a tally of how the commissioners are expressing their votes issue by issue, but apparently that was not the case.
Well,
Commissioner Vicente Egler, yes, actually, I do have an idea of how people voted, but those weren't, actual votes for, those were just, as Commissioner Fishman said, sort of straw polls to see where people stood on different issues. And so there really hasn't been a vote taken. And I think what Commissioner Fishman is saying is if to the extent that people don't agree on, I think the big issue here, the capital structure, is that something, does that just mean a no vote on the final order? Basically, today we're not actually doing the final order because that's next week. This is as complicated as it can be. But I think the idea, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, was that Commissioner Fishman was seeing some kind of a vote as to what's the whole package of the RD with the modifications as one vote today. And if you differ as to a single issue such as capital structure, would that just be a no vote, period? I think that's what he's getting at.
Mr. Chair, why don't we just take a vote on the RD, and then we can entertain a motion to amend consistent with at least a majority decision on the change in the debt ratio. Entertain that motion to amend and then vote on the entire amended RD, because we need official action to charge the technical team to do the necessary calculations on the rate design.
I think that's a good process.
Well, and as Michael was saying, that's probably the best way to phrase it, as maybe not adopting the RD, but that this is how we will instruct we vote to instruct the technical committee this way. That way there's no issue as to whether a final order was issued today with regard to any of it. That way you avoid this issue of whether EP will start, an appeal clock starting today. I think Michael's idea was really good, that this is, you're basically voting to instruct the technical committee to use this revenue number with the additional $816,000 decrease, and give the instruction described by Carolyn.
I have a question, Mr. Chair, and this is maybe for Russell and Michael, but why do we have to take any action today if we need to wait for this recalculation by the technical committee? Why don't we just vote after we get that information?
That's perfectly acceptable to me, Commissioner Hall.
Please respond to that.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to withdraw my two motions and really follow Mike's recommendation, because the real issue is we need official direction to the technical team, and the issue is the debt ratio. And so I think, I think we ought to, and then we'll just defer action on the whole RD when we get the rate design. But I think we need to give official direction to the technical team.
Okay, so let's.
But does that mean we have to vote on the merits of the issues at all? Or can we just officially give them that direction?
Let's just throw out, I'm going to throw out a couple of motions on amendments and see if you guys can second it. We'll just vote on them and use them to modify the RD, one issue at a time, okay? Let's start out with the capital structure. I move to adopt an amendment to the capital structure to reflect the, what is it, 49.2 and
49.21
and 50
and equity and 50.79 debt.
Yes, so I make a motion to amend to that capital structure.
I'll second it.
Second? Commissioner Hall seconds. Let's take a vote. who's calling the roll? Michael?
I guess I will. Commissioner Byrd,
As far as having them run the numbers, I don't care. So
But Commissioner Byrd, what I'm saying is that actually this would be a final order. If you're saying you're modifying the RD, what you're actually saying is you're adopting a final order to the extent that it would adopt this capital structure, modifying the RD. That's a final order, I think, on that issue today. If you phrase it that way, I would say it is. Michael, do you agree?
Well, what I was suggesting is that in terms of trying to winnow down the issues, so you can give an instruction to the committee to run the numbers that the commission can do, and that's why I refer to it as a straw vote, which is an informal, non-binding vote to find out where the commission stands on the various issues. So you can send that set of information to the committee and get your numbers back.
And that could also be just one vote that says that instructs me to instruct the committee to use the numbers from that Carolyn used, except with the additional $816,000, et cetera, decrease that would result from the capital structure change. That's all I need for the revenue requirement, and then you can say and also use the rate design and that distribution of the decrease that she described. I mean, that's all I really need: the revenue number and the using the same instructions with regard to distributing it. That's all I need.
I understand that, but I think Commissioner Maestas makes a terrific point that we don't have time to change, and Russell says we don't have time to change things once we hear back from the committee. So we better give them clear direction that doesn't change on them. And the only way to do that is to lock in our decision now. So I think we're headed the right direction and taking a formal vote.
We are, and we're not making any changes to the customer charges or any aspects of the parameters regarding rate design. So it's just the debt ratio that we're changing. And so the roll call was started.
Okay. If you want to take a final order today, I just want you to understand there will be a final order on those issues. That's fine.
Well, Russell, obviously you have to issue a written final order for it to be appealable. But.
So should I have to issue something today saying, like this much has been decided, the revenue requirement has been decided, and then that there will be a subsequent order with the rate design? Is that what I would do?
Well, my understanding is you're sending instructions to the committee to run the numbers based on certain assumptions. And
right. No, but Michael, what they're saying, what Commissioner Fishman and Commissioner Maestas are saying is they want somewhat of a final order today on the revenue requirement issue. And so not just an instruction, not an actual final order on that issue.
Well, my one response would be that the purpose of having the committee run the numbers is so that you can make a determination of what fair, just, and reasonable rates are, especially under the end result test, by seeing those numbers. And so the purpose of doing that is that if those numbers come back and you don't believe that they result in fair, just, and reasonable rates, you do have the ability to change your decision and enter a final order that does reflect fair, just, and reasonable rates. Michael
makes a good point. I understand practically that, we're going to be sort of locked into a rate design based on the specifications because of our timing. But as a matter of law, separating the two issues, could raise a legal question as to, well, how could you consider revenue requirement is not something you consider in isolation. A rate case is all about the final result, and it actually is. So maybe separating those two issues, could be an issue.
Okay, so at the minimum, let's take a vote, a straw vote then, on what our instructions are to the technical committee, and at least have those votes on the record. Is that acceptable?
That sounds great.
And Mr. Chairman, may I just suggest a very simple instruction to the technical committee based on what I understand your straw votes are today? Mm-hmm. And that would be just instruct the technical committee to follow all of my instructions except make an adjustment to decrease the equity in the capital structure. I would not direct them to use the city's number because I think the technical committee has to verify that number is correct.
Okay.
So I would just do a very simple instruction telling them basically do everything the same that you did for Carolyn based on her instructions, but change the cost of capital.
Cost of capital, change the capital structure
Sorry, capital structure.
and change the capital structure to match the end of year 2019.
The end of the base period.
The end of the base period.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need a clarification. My understanding is that the committee doesn't need to know the capital structure. It only needs to know the impact on the revenue requirement. Is there any way in which when they do rate making that they take into account the capital structure independent of its effect on the revenue requirement? Because I thought the only effect that the capital structure change would have is to change the weighted average cost of capital, which then changes the revenue requirement. Does the committee also have to know the capital structure for some other reason?
No, I guess.
So we should just tell them to change in the revenue requirement. That's all, right? Because they don't use the capital structure itself for any of their calculations. They just need to know the revenue requirement. Am I right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I guess I'm not sure what you're what we're perhaps disagreeing about.
You know, what I'm saying is you said something about them verifying what the capital structure actually was.
Oh, no. What I meant was the city said, according to its calculations, changing the capital structure will decrease the revenue requirement by $816,634. What I'm saying is the technical committee needs to verify that in fact is the dollar effect of changing the capital structure.
Okay, so we will actually tell them the capital structure change, and they will do that calculation of what the actual decrease is, right? Okay, so we can't just report to them the decrease number that we come up with because they actually verify themselves.
They do that, yes.
Thank you. That's all I need to understand. Thank you.
Okay, so as a matter of instruction, and again, this is a straw vote, not an official vote. Is that it, Russell and Mike?
Yes, because this will not have any effect with regard to, the rights of the parties. It's not a final order. It's not an appealable order. It's just how we move forward.
Okay, so there were only two areas where we had any opposing votes. The first one was the capital structure. So let's retake that straw vote for instruction to the technical committee. And Russell, you call the roll on this since it's informal.
Will do so. So this is a motion with regard to whether to adopt the not to adopt, but to instruct with regard to a capital structure that is the capital structure that existed as of the end of the base period without the adjustment. Correct? Without the known and measurable change of the capital infusion. Correct? That's to me how you would phrase that. And we don't know what the numbers are. We want to verify what the numbers would be. But it's just, that's the theory. That's the idea behind it, is that it would be the capital structure as it existed actually as of the end of the base period, December 31st, 2019, not taking into account any changes after that, such as the capital infusion. That would be part of the instruction. That's the motion.
Correct.
But that's it.
So go ahead and call a roll there, Russell. And
so I guess we don't need a motion in a second, right, Michael? That's where.
This is a straw poll.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Chair, Commissioner Maestas.
Yes.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
No.
Commissioner Byrd.
Maybe.
You just had to make this hard, didn't you?
I as I said before, I don't oppose him running the calculations. I just oppose the change in general.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes then. And then, what do I have left? Oh, Commissioner Hall. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Okay, so 4-1 with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, because that would be the instruction. Let me just make a note here so I have it clearly. And then, was there anything?
The only other area where we had disagreement was the actual ROE. And I'd thrown out a proposal of 8.85. And I think it's good just to take the straw poll on that and just get it on the record again.
So this
And
won't
those are
be,
the only two
this won't
areas
be
where
a,
there were any dissenting votes.
so this will just be as to whether to instruct the committee with the 8.5 change.
8.85.
8.85. So, so just to remind the commission that the recommended decision would be the 9%.
Right.
So the question is, the motion is to consider, or not the motion, but the vote would be, do you instruct OGC to instruct the technical committee to use an ROE of 8.85% as opposed to the RD's 9.9%, 9.0% for the instructions to the technical committee. And I will start with Commissioner
I'll
Myers.
second that motion if you didn't have a second.
I guess we don't actually need a motion in a second. Commissioner Hall,
Okay.
I've been instructed.
Okay,
So
fine.
thank you. Commissioner Maestas, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
No.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Commissioner Byrd,
No.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Yes.
Okay, so that is 2-3 against using 8.85. So we will use the 9.0% of the RD.
Okay. Terrific. And all the other issues that we talked about, we just made some, a few minor text changes that you can point out when we vote on the final deal next week.
Absolutely. They're ones that don't affect the revenue requirement. And I think they were relatively uncontroversial anyway.
Yeah, they were all unanimous, so. Okay, with that, I don't believe we have anything else on the agenda, do we?
Mr. Chair,
I guess we've got the typical end of meeting stuff, okay?
There is something on there about a presentation or something, or about, I'm sorry, let me look at the agenda.
It's a
There is-
discussion regarding summer peak reliability for utilities with Commissioner Fishman's.
Yeah, so and actually it's just a quick question here. Does the commission feel like we should be, given that EPE is concerned, and given that PNM is suddenly feeling like they need more capacity than they thought, should the commission be asking those utilities, SPS doesn't feel it has a problem, asking those utilities for some specific details on exactly what they'll do in case a power shortage develops?
Thought
Or
we did that.
where we are?
I thought we did ask them to provide us some information, and they were going to get back to us. Or at least we did with PNM, and I thought there was one other utility, but I think it's fine if we issue an order clarifying that, we would like them to provide us some information because this is a critical issue in the West. And, elsewhere probably in the nation, but it's certainly something we should be concerned about. So do you propose that we order them to provide certain pieces of information? Maybe we should draft that up.
Well, I would like to do something like that, whether it
Yeah,
needs to be an
I'd be
order or
glad
not.
I'd be glad to bring something in our next open meeting.
Commissioners, is that something you'd be open to or not?
Mr. Chair, I would, but I would like to see what the projected hot weather patterns will be. I don't know what we rely on in planning for certain emergency situations like a heat wave and perhaps a projected lack of reserves. So, but I'd at least like to find out what the weather projections will be, because I don't know. I thought that we're in the midst of this heat wave in the West and Southwest, and we're kind of reacting a little late. But I think it's certainly a pressing issue, especially in light of what EPE presented to us last week.
If you want to email those to email the provisions you'd like to see to me and my assistant, then we'll try to get something drafted up right away, because today's Friday and we can put it on the agenda for next week.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Any objections from commissioners to doing that? Okay, hearing none, we're done with that item. So communications with Chief of Staff. Wayne may not be on, I don't know.
He was on.
Pardon?
He
We'll go
was
to-
on.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he shot me a text. He had to go over to the Bochum building.
Okay.
Okay.
Communications with General Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I have anything. I was just sending a text to my folks in my office. I don't know if any of them have anything that they want to bring up.
I do not, Michael. I have nothing.
Hi, we're still in this meeting. We're winding up. Can I call you back in about?
So
Okay.
I'll make Commissioner Byrd happy. No.
No.
Thanks.
Communications with commissioners. Okay. Guys, I'm sick of y'all, but I still love you. And right now we need to adjourn.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
thanks.
I like you better when you say that.
Have a good weekend.
Mike,
Yeah,
did
you guys have a good weekend.
The only thing I had to add was
Oh.
the IRP workshops on Tuesday afternoon at 2.
Terrific. Michael?
Thanks, Judy.
That's it.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Adios.
See you guys.